now, especially with Dr. Pashupati. We built the entire strategy for food and beverage hygiene, and how the entire evolution of food and beverage took place in our hotels, in the city, in the country, along with Dr. Parikshan. In fact, we were instrumental when he was setting up his lab in Chennai. And I'm very happy today that he's operating more than 450 units in terms of maintaining and consulting on hygiene. I wish Parikshan, the entire team, Praveen, Gayatri, and the operations team all the very best. And I hope that I'm here to also celebrate their 50th year in a much grander way. Thank you very much.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I welcome all of you to Milleric, and it gives me a great honor to stand in front of all of you to start the day. I request Pashupati sir to please come up and set the context rolling for the conference today.
Good morning, namaste to everyone. It's so nice that all of you are here. The dignitaries are on the way. We are expecting Chef Damu, the Indian Culinary Association President, in a few minutes now, and the Commissioner of the Tamil Nadu Food Safety Department is also on its way. I'm so happy that we have with us the guru of chefs, Chef Mandit Singh Gill, with us. Thank you so much. I'm happy that my guru, the Bhishma Pitamaha of hotel industry, Srinivasan sir from Madurai, is with us. Of course, the person responsible for so much of growth in Parikshan, and of course, the growth of GRT and our guiding light, Mr. Natarajan is with us, the JMD of GRT Hotels. I'm so happy that many of my chef friends are here, and eminent speakers are here. The world's best pest control company is represented here. The nanotechnology, green nanotechnology, which can revolutionize the entire country, is here. So many dignitaries are here. And I have a very, very, very special guest whom I love a lot. Is somebody from Ladakh. My friend FSO Naeem is there. Naeem, because Naeem is the greatest inspiration I have in this country. You know, normally, even for today's function, which is supposed to be 9 o'clock, I have people from Ashok Nagar and Mandavali coming 15 minutes late. But in Ladakh, when the temperature is minus 40, minus 35, I'll take classes at 9 o'clock. And Naeem will ensure that everybody is in the class at 9 o'clock. And so, you know, it's unbelievable how much Naeem works there. And I'm happy that his Devo from Ladakh, Mr. Thomas, sir, Dr. Thomas, please, has also come here. They have flown from all the way from Ladakh, from 18,000 feet above ground level. They have come to sea level. Thank you so much for coming here. Now, as far as today's Milleric conference is concerned, Government of India has got a very important agenda, Shri Anna, this year. We have targeted to produce these coarse grains by about 14.5 million metric tons more. I would like my dear chefs, the DOs and the FSOs here, the people who are custodians of the change in this country, to deeply understand certain facts as we go through the day's learning today. Number one is, once you start adopting millet cuisine slightly into the system, you conserve water by about 80%. Because 1 kilo of rice takes 2,500 liters of water. 1 kilo of millet takes 500 liters of water. That is number one. And number two is when you start adopting millets, what happens is you reduce the premature death by 20%. This is what the international studies tell us, the WHO tell us. The third most important thing is you conserve forest by 43% when you start taking millets. This is an article from Brent Lankin, the WWF chief scientist. And the fourth important thing is very, very important fact to all of us. The emission, the overall carbon emission in the world decreases by 30%. So if there is any low-hanging fruit for the carbon emission to decrease and 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature to be controlled, rise in temperature to be controlled, the greatest answer lies in a simple shift of going towards millets. And we have today the Milleric conference for this primary reason, along with two more important reasons which are so dear to our heart. The green purple chef. I believe that my chefs, the country chefs, under the leadership of Gilji and people like Chef Damodaran and the luminaries, are the people who are going to set the tone for this great change in this country. See, when I say green purple chef, India produces 516 vegetables, out of which we consume 8 vegetables, 81%. Okay, 516 காய்கறிகள் விளைகின்றன, அதில் 8 காய்கறிகளை 81% உபயோகிக்கிறோம். Right? And I think if this has to change, my chefs have to cooperate. And the moment chefs take up this challenge, I think the country will change, prosper for better. And I know that Chef Gill has spent the last 2-3 decades.
Did you see us go through this?
On
first we came.
The Chef Gill has spent the last 2 decades in focusing on Panchabhutas and Ayurveda Ahara and the basic elements of nature and how to bring it into the context of making food. Because rediscovering India is so important, re-establishing the faith in our tradition and culture is so important to make a genuine change in the world. Because our literature, our knowledge, our traditional wisdom is perhaps the greatest answer for the world's biggest problems, that is the environment pollution and sustainable living. Because we have in our hands an unavoidable truth, that is, by 2050, for the kind of population that we are going to have, we need 70% more of food. Please do understand, with the climate change that is taking place today, we are likely to go short by 15% if it continues like this. So it makes 85% more food requirement. I welcome Chef Damu, the South Indian Culinary Association President amongst us. Please welcome, sir. See, it is impossible to spend so much of money to produce 85% more food. The easier task is adopting a different food lifestyle and to reduce post-harvest loss, to manage food yield better. We have Mr. Subramaniam from PRISM, who will be talking to us on food cost. We have Chef Gill, we have Chef Damo, we have Dr. Madhu Kartish, who will speak on the divine intervention of the Indian systems into food systems. And we have so many experts to deliver us perhaps some solutions today. Because, my dear chefs, if you can reduce this 33.5% of post-harvest loss and ensure that out of the 516 vegetables, at least in the next 1 year, we introduce 90-95 vegetables into our menu. And if you can adopt millet slightly into the systems, and Chef Gill will explain to you more on how to adopt and understand the Panchabhutas in our food systems, I think we are moving towards a better solution. So that is the context of this event. It will be a day of learning, active learning. We have experts, we have the best people in their given trade to be addressing us. And I thank all of you who are present here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I now request the dignitaries to please come to the stage. Natarajan sir, Chef Damu to please come on the stage. Chef Gil, Srinivasan sir, Gayatri, Managing Director of Parikshan, Abhay sir, our Commissioner of Food Safety Tamil Nadu will join us shortly. Thank you. I request everyone to please rise for the prayer song.
गजाननं भूतगणातिसेवितम् कपित्थजम्बुफलसारभक्षितम् उमासुतं शोकविनाशकारणम् नमामि विघ्नेश्वर पादपङ्कजम्.
Thank you. I now request Dr. Pashupati to welcome the gathering.
Respected Chef Gilji, respected friend, celebrity chef, and a very inspirational figure, Chef Damu, the South India Culinary Association President. My dear friend, and another very inspirational person for all of us in this city, Mr. Abhay Kumar Jain. The man who has both invested a lot in science and harvested a lot in science. The JMD of GRT Hotels, Natarajan sir. and of course, the man who taught me how to write petitions to Government of India, Srinivasan sir. My dear designated officers who are custodians of food safety in Tamil Nadu. So many designated officers are there. I'm so happy for their presence. Welcome you, sirs. And the people who are foot soldiers and also officers who go to the nook and corner of this state, balancing the food business operations, balancing aggressive consumerism, balancing government regulations, and ensuring with very less manpower the food safety of this state and making the state shine, always get either rank 1, 2, or 3. My dear and dear food safety officers. The white coats who are present here, who have fed me, pampered me, perhaps the reason for my belly in the last 25 years, my dear chefs, the greatest gift of Tamil Nadu and South India, my dear chefs, welcome you so much. And people who make these chefs, the academicians, Trilok Chandra sir is here, the culinary college principal is here, the other professors are here. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. I welcome on this occasion the Millet Revolution gentleman, Mr. Sundar. We have food cost expert and a hotelier, Mr. Subramaniam. Thank you, sir. We have the man who finds a lot of chemicals to control our pest, Dr. Ashish Dogras, from NMU. And we have so many special dignitaries here around. And definitely my suite 4 directors, my family, friends, my parents and close relatives, and of course my dear Parikshan students and my well-wishers. I welcome you all to a day of learning. I wish on behalf of Parikshan, all of us an active learning process. Welcome to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Chef Damodaran, someone who I think we call very, very fondly as Chef Damu. He's another celebrity chef from IHM Chennai. Chef Damu is the first Indian chef to receive a doctorate in hotel management and catering technology, which was awarded by the University of Madras in 2004. Chef Damu is, I think, very, very famous in all the in all households today, and because of his very, very beautiful presence in, as all we know, in Cook with Komali as a celebrity judge. In 2010, he received a Guinness World Record for the longest cooking marathon by a single individual. So I request Chef Damu to please address the gathering.
I have a very special word for Chef Damu before he addresses this gathering. When I met Chef Damu sir, he was a principal of an institution. So when I met him for a conference, I was supposed to be a speaker there. He said, stop this and you will speak extempore with the delegates there. And from that day, our friendship grew. And whenever I request him for anything, Chef Damu is always kind enough to be with me. And somebody who's always pleasant, who's always with a smile, and a magician when it comes to the culinary art, and a great inspiration for all of us. Chef Damu, please.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Chef Gill, Chef Singh, and CEO Mr. Narajan, and Mr. Srinivasan, and chefs as well as the FSA officers. It's really a great pleasure to be standing before you all. Best part today, we are celebrating the 25th year of Pasupati's hard work. Yeah. I know him almost about now 30 years actually. We have been closely associating it. Initially, I have seen Dr. Pasupati only in the hotel. Who used to train the students, I guess sometime back, way to back about Taj Coromandel as well as in Connemara. I remember that he was teaching as well as he was doing a lot of activities with a microscope also. Testing the food. So that's what initially I've seen him like that. Slowly, we could see his growth up to the government of India. Meeting a lot of FSI people, including in Tamil Nadu, and he's become a top celebrity, Dr. Pasupati actually now. He's a top celebrity. So he's actually untiring person who is able to work hard for the society. I guess almost all the star hotels is knowledge and skill is there. He's actually training the people over there, and also he's giving his expertise. Such a knowledgeable person, really very happy to stand because of Dr. Pasupati today. And I wish his service should more and more to grow. And I mean, a lot of invention has been done in the millets. He has been one person talking a lot about millets. And நிறைய பேர் சொல்கிறோம் மில்லட்டை பற்றி பேசுகிறோம், பட் ஆர் வி ரியலி யூஸிங் இட் மில்லட் அட் ஹோம்? யாருமே யூஸ் பண்ணுறதில்ல. அது வரகு, சாமை, திணை, குதிரவாளி, கேழ்வரகு, கம்பு என்னென்னவோ சொல்கிறாங்க. ஒரே ஒரு நாள் அந்த வரகரிசியில் உப்புமா செஞ்சு கொடுத்தாங்க. என் பொண்டாட்டி மூஞ்சி அப்படி பார்த்தேன், வேண்டாம். ஸோ அந்த அளவுக்கு வந்து வி ஆர் ஆல் கெட் அவர்ஷன் டுவர்ட்ஸ் millet. Only thing is, if it has to be properly done, definitely they will be tasty actually. When you came over here, you initially talking, sir, millets கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக introduce பண்ணுங்க. I'm very happy that all the star hotels are introducing the millets, maybe the breakfast as well as lunch, ஒரு கஞ்சியாவோ கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. Slowly, if you introduce actually millets, they say it has got to actually, the starch content is less and the fiber content is more like that. But definitely one should, in the house, use the millet for their children, betterment of the children actually, for their health point of view. So thanks to Dr. Pasupati for initiating all this effort to both the government of Tamil Nadu as well as government of India. I wish his service should go through the world. I really wish that he should do that. He will do that actually, because that bit of caliber he has got to do that actually. He has to do it all over the world. So this juncture, I'd like to thank for inviting me, as well as I wish and pray God that Dr. Pasupati should get into the world level. And thank you for the opportunity given to me. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chef Damu. Thank you so much. I now request Pashupati sir to please honor Chef Damu.
I now request my guru in food safety, Mr. Srinivasan, Tamil Nadu Hotel Association Secretary, to please felicitate the gathering and say a few words, please.
Good morning, everybody. It is a very pleasant occasion to be here amongst the renowned chefs of this country and also food safety officers, very good friends, and captains of food industry. Certain friendships, a friendship between two, benefit those individuals or the individuals' families or a small circle around them. But the friendship that developed between Dr. Pasupati and myself has been beneficial to the entire country. Definitely I mean that because
You should line.
we were just grappling with that new Act, Food Safety and Standards Act. We sat together, went through it, and we felt there are so many things that has to be amended. And at the same time, there are so many things that has to be taught to our members also. That is hoteliers. Dr. Sri Natarajan was kind enough to allot a very good space for us. We sat by his office for about 15 days. Dr. Pasupati, myself and Ms. Gayatri. We drafted. Dr. Pasupati used to dictate. I used to tabulate it and all that. We prepared a representation containing 520 pages to the Food Safety Authority. But not only that, we asked all the associations that were working for food articles, restaurants, everybody dealing with food articles in Tamil Nadu. We told them there should not be different representations. We too will prepare a comprehensive representation. It will be sent by all of you. They also agreed. The entire food industry in Tamil Nadu sent that representation prepared by us. It brought revolutionary changes in the acts and the regulations. We were able to amend so many regulations that could not be implemented at all. And also, another great thing we brought in was the food safety classes. There is a rule in that act that stipulates that every restaurant should have a graduate in chemistry or microbiology or catering college. We told the CEO, just in Pasupati's words, sir, there are 5 crores of restaurants in India. How can we go and find 5 crore graduates on one day? So there cannot be this rule has to be amended. We will train our own people. We will create a curriculum. We will train our hotel owners and also our managers, and we will train them. We will train them in food safety. The authority agreed. Also, they gave the opportunity. They gave us an opportunity to prepare the curriculum, the syllabus for that training class. Doctor and myself sat together, prepared the syllabus and submitted to the Food Safety Authority. It was approved. So the training program was born in India. From that date onwards, Dr. Pasupati has gone up to Guwahati in Assam, at Kanyakumari in our almost south end. He has conducted so many classes on food safety. It has brought so much benefit to the entire food food business operators. We are happy. That is why I meant the friendship between two has brought in lot of good for the food business operators. Even now I cherish the day when we became acquainted with Dr. Pasupati. The entire members of Tamil Nadu Hotels Association are very, very fond of Dr. Pasupati. Yeah, the day first I was in Namakkal. Everybody there referred to Dr. Pasupati as their benefactor. So they are also coming to this event. I am very happy. I have been given an opportunity to participate in this August gathering and express my views on Parikshan. Parikshan lab is doing an human benefit to the entire food industry. I thank every one of you for being with us today because I also associate myself with Parikshan. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srinivasan sir. We will now have the formal inauguration of the event, the lighting of the lamp. I request Mr. Lalvena sir, Commissioner of Food Safety, Tamil Nadu, to please light the lamp. Yeah. Followed by Natarajan sir, Gil Chef, Chef Damu, Srinivasan sir, Abhay sir.
Lighting the lamp, please. 1 minute. One minute. Yes, sir.
Our Managing Director, Gayatri.
Yeah. Gayatri, come. Gayatri, come. Please, thank you.
Thank you so much. We welcome our chief guest for the event, Mr. Lalvena, Commissioner of Food Safety, Tamil Nadu. Lalvena sir is an IAS officer of the 2001 cadre and is currently the Commissioner of Food Safety, Tamil Nadu. Lalvena sir is known for his silent passion for genuinely taking up challenges on core food safety issues. He has attempted to directly address food safety in slaughterhouses, big vegetable markets like Coimbatore, and is a man of action. Parikshan is very happy on behalf of all food business operators that our Commissioner has ensured translation of the food safety law in all standard local languages. He is a keen listener. He is a keen listener to the genuine problems faced by the industry, believing in addressing them through scientific discussions.
I now request our Commissioner, because normally Tamil Nadu benefits from the northeast monsoon. We have also benefit from a northeast Tamil Nadu cadre IAS officer. from Mizoram, Mr. Lalvina. Lalvina ji, please come to the dais. A man of few words, lot of actions. Please come, sir.
Okay. Good morning to you all. And thanks to Dr. Pasupati for giving such a kind word about me. And first of all, respected Honorable Dr. Pasupati and Chef Mr. Damodaran and all dignitaries on the dais and all people who are sitting there. Some of you are designated officer, I know you, but majority of you I don't know. So as you have said that I will not make a long speech because most of you know this subject better than myself. Basically, I have to ensure administration, one. Second thing is that we'll have to do enforcement, we'll have to do based on the rules and regulation, two. And third thing is that we have to try to facilitate development of the food processing industry. As all of you know, the basic objective of this Food Safety and Standard Act 2006 is that development of the food processing industry. That is the first objective they mentioned in that objective of the roles. So basically once if we have to develop a food processing industry, what we'll have to do is that first there should be a standard, because unless there is a standard there should be compromise in the quality. So once there is a standard is laid down, then there should be the checking of the standard, whether that product is comply with the standard. Third thing is that enforcement of the thing. So when looking at this thing, that various program is really going to be interesting and then interacting. I do hope that all of you have a very interactive and proactive session in the coming hour as well as tomorrow. And now once again, lastly, what I want to express is that anything is there, whenever this kind of program is there, please feel free. I do hope that Dr. Pasupati will also agree with me. Even if you have a doubt or even if you don't agree, then you just raise your voice and then we can check it out whether you are wrong or not. If we are wrong, then we should accept that we are wrong and then we should try to correct and do that, make course correction also. So with this, I'll conclude my speech. I wish all of you to have a very successful program in the coming days. Thank you very much.
Today is a very, very busy day for our Commissioner with so many government commitments. I'm happy that he is with us. I have to tell with great honesty here, you know that I'm somebody who travels from Ladakh to Guwahati to Dayu Daman in the west to Kanyakumari, east, west, south and north. I think I have traveled around 1,240 days in the last 4 years to train. And wherever I go, of course the heart lies with Tamil Nadu. And I'm so proud of my officers, the commissionerate and my designated officers. Because I know for a fact, the AV will tell you more truths when it comes here. Tamil Nadu is in the forefront of doing everything for food safety. Matchless. I think you will have to give a big hand. And I request the AV to come. Then you will see why we are honoring the Tamil Nadu food safety officers. Yes, the AV please. Because the national indices, yeah, the AV will come now on screen. I'm so sorry that the dignitaries cannot see. Can I request them to occupy the VIP seats for a minute so that they can see? Sir, please. Reshma, is it on? You can see the numbers. Please give a hand, see the percentage of Tamil Nadu in the hygiene ratings, which is a game changer for the country. See the FASTag certificates. We are more than 10% in the entire country. See the Eat Right campus, we are for 37.40%. You know the wealth of Maharashtra in food business, you know the wealth of Gujarat, but see 37.440 for Tamil Nadu. See this contribution in Eat Right places of worship, 75.65%. An absolute, leading in the entire country. See this percentage, See the street food up, 65.93%. Eat Right fruit and vegetable markets, a very, very close to the heart subject for our commissioner, 57.57% in the country. And in Eat Right station, because the stations belong to railways and central government, we are 8.86%. I think we will coordinate more and get this more. And in license, we are 11.11%. In spite of our business share in the entire country is less than 4% on food business. It's a great achievement for our DOs. So, for all these achievements, I do not know which name to call, which name not to call. I request all my dear DOs to please come forward. Please be with us on dais. Dr. Bose, Dr. Kadiravan, Dr. Ramakrishnan, Dr. Kailash is here. Please, Dr. Sendil is here. Dr. Arun is here. Right? Please, all of you, please come on stage. Sir, please come forward. Sir, please come forward. Please, all the DOs, please come. And I request all the FSOs to be on stage, please. I request all the FSOs to be on stage. Dr. Tamil Selvan, please come. Sir, all DOs, please join us, sir. Dr. Praveen, Suganthan, sir. Vijay Kumar, sir. All the FSOs, please come here. Those who are present here, please come here. Because we want to recognize all of you for the tremendous effort Tamil Nadu has taken. Please, sir, please. So, I'll be very happy. The proudest man on this occasion should be my commissioner, Commissioner Lalvina, sir. Please come. Please come. It is the team under him which has achieved so much. Sir, please come. Hello? Yeah. Let's give a very big hand to Tamil Nadu government for this achievement. The commission on behalf of I request the mementos to please come. Please come, please be quick. Mementos, quick. This is a special journal you must go through, sir. No, sir, for our. Sir, please. Please, sir. You please start giving, no? Sir, Kailash, sir, please come. Sir, Vanga, thank you so much. Sendil, sir. Man from Kanyakumari. Sir, you know, in the entire 741 districts of India, Coimbatore is the winner. Give a big hand for Tamil Selvam. And Bose has been the winner last time. And always a winner. And the man who carries the blessings from Arunachala for all of us, Dr. Ramakrishnan. Yeah, for all the officers. Yeah. Sadasivam, sir, please. Take a photo of Sadasivam because he belongs to my area. 11, முன்னாடி வாங்க photo. Please. Sir, SSO முன்னாடி வாங்க. Please. Madam. Railway land is one of the most difficult areas in the entire Tamil Nadu, not Madras. Sir, come on. Thank you so much. Yes, where are the other officers? I don't know. Can we have a chef guild? 1 minute आएंगे photo लेंगे. The President of the Indian Chef Association. Gayatri, please come. Gayatri, join the team. Gayatri, please come. Please. Chef Damu, sir. Yeah, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming. Now I request Mr. T. Natarajan to please say a few words. Mr. Natarajan, please.
Morning, everybody. Great occasion. Happy to see all of you. And congratulations to Parikshan, Dr. Pashupati and team. 25 years is not easy. GRT Hotels, I think, started along with Dr. Pashupati Parikshan.
So we have traveled like a train, the two lines together, and we have completed few months back, and he is doing it now. So congrats to the whole team. In fact, I must be the odd man out in this gathering. And I want to quote a book called Accidental Prime Minister. It's about Dr. Manmohan Singh, the man whom I admire for his economics. He became a prime minister accidentally. So am I. He get involved in the hotel and become a head of the hotel. I'm actually a hardcore chartered accountant finance man. So how did it happen? I don't know. And many of my good friends, chefs, senior chefs here, were all my colleagues in Taj. We all worked together. At least they worked, I was together. But my interest from day one with chefs are very, very close. Every time they wanted something, or I used to go there, watch them, and later, over a period of so many decades, developed a close interest in their cooking, welfare, equipments, etc. To the extent that my management always used to say, whatever chef asks, you approve. What are you controlling? But I feel still that is an essential thing. End of the day, almost all hotels have the same marble, same chandelier, same brass, same kind of equipments. What makes the difference between Hotel A to Hotel B? Food, service. If I go to a hotel, the food is good, I go there often. That part of the hotel business, hotel is a huge investment, all of you know, I don't have to explain to you. In that business, to get to a next level or to become a successful hotel person and make economically justifiable profits, it's the food that makes a difference. And we always used to say that let's go to the hotel, the food is good, food is safe. Very fortunate for this GRT group that Dr. Pashupati was involved from day one in our food processing and food cooking. Today I can say that we are one of the safest places for food. My chairman used to tell, if a mother can make her little one, a baby in arms or a young kid, come and eat there and not bring a tiffin box and feed in my restaurant, then that is the standard, he says. Yeah, that is what they should. They should have the faith. I can give the food to my child and the child will be all right. Thanks to Dr. Pashupati, my corporate chef Sitaram, it is achieved. So food essentially is what makes a hotel work. Restaurants, I don't have to tell you, they exist on food. Coming back, my association with Dr. Pashupati is long. Pashupati is a hardcore scientist. I am a hardcore finance man. They shall not get together. If I start talking finance, he will get irritated. And he start talking about his grandeur idea of covering India, Asia, G20, G70. I say, where is the money? How will you go? Sir, adella ippa vanda sir. Pesla. So the question is, I'm very happy. His team has drilled into him some economic sense now. Now I see he's not getting involved, but his finances are handled by people who have some commercial sense. So good. I think that combination works. As to hard work, I have to tell you, Srinivasan sir mentioned how they sat 15 days next to my office and worked. Unbelievable. My only contribution was every 1.5, 2 hours, I'll walk in and ask them whether they want coffee or some snacks. That's my only contribution. They did phenomenal work and brought it out, a representation to government, which made the current FSSA Act followable. Earlier it was not followable. And Mr. Srinivasan, I must tell you all, was the first chat GPT in a human form. We are now hearing chat GPT. He was the chat GPT. And he was also Alexa. You just go to him and say, sir, what happened in 1952 when that chief minister, he will reel out. He will reel out. So we used to do the representations, keeping him next to us. He will reel out and somebody will type. Finally, one of us will sign and give it. So, legendary man whose contribution to this industry is unbelievable. And this particular aspect of microbiology and the development and various other things are very essential for us to march forward. So I'm sure Dr. Pashupati will keep his, he'll also look at his health. He doesn't look after his health. Can you believe, any of you, he was a long distance runner once upon a time. Now ask him to climb the staircase, he is finding it difficult. He is not concentrating on his health, I don't know. Healthy food also, I don't know. He must take care of his health so that indirectly he takes care of all our health. What will I do without him? So congratulations once again, Parikshan and the team, all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natarajan sir. It's always it's an inspiration to listen to you, always, how many ever times it may be. I now request Mansi to please give the inaugural vote of thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you on behalf of Parikshan. I extend my warmest thanks and express my deepest gratitude to our distinguished guests and speakers who have graced us with your presence today. Your presence has added tremendous value to this gathering, and we are truly honored to have the privilege to hear from you as well. With this developed friendship, as Srinivasan sir pointed out rightly, let's hope it's a day to look forward to, with the hope that we work together to prove that millet's increasing attention and importance due to the nutritional benefits and the environmental sustainability, as Pashupati sir rightly pointed out, and hope that we continue to create this positive change and make the difference in our communities and hopefully the world altogether. Thank you. Thank you all again.
Thank you so much, Mansi. Our first session for the day will be about food cost and yield management. We have Mr. Subramaniam with us for that. With over 2 decades of experience in food industry, Mr. Subramaniam is very passionate about providing clarity in operations through data. This propelled him to develop a tool which is named as Clarity and currently is being used across 100 plus clients across segments in food industry pan-India. All these brands have been successful in improving their bottom line by more than 5% through real-time data that is being monitored by his company. Focus Prism Private Limited is the name of his company. He is also a part of the 75-year-old brand Komala Vilas Nellore.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great subject because the post-harvest loss of this country is 1.5 lakh crores every year. And Focus Prism has beautifully captured food costs in a very detailed manner. And I'm very proud to say here, Parikshan has got a very active participation with Nipun, the concept of Prism. So I request Mr. Subramaniam to explain to you it in detail. Thank you.
My humble pranams to all the dignitaries and my dear friends. First, I am very thankful to Dr. Pasupati for giving this opportunity. While what I would have achieved till date would be probably 1/200th of what Dr. Pasupati has done, or even lesser. Still, I am given an opportunity here to present, what I have done little for the industry. So I'll just start with what prompted me to actually get into this particular, development of a tool for the food industry to track food cost. So when I was about 10, 12 years old, I used to visit for vacations to my grandfather's place, which is Nellore, and we run a hotel called Komla Villas there, which today has crossed about 75 years of existence. So in one of my trips, I accompanied my grandfather to one of a banquet, which used to be a catering, outdoor catering those days. And it was a huge marriage function where about 1,500 people attended. And we were just among the crowd in the dining. And I was very elated when each and every person who consumed food there praising my grandfather for the quality that was served on that day. So I was very happy to, proud, looking around, feeling very happy about my grandfather and things. Until, the first session was over and people were going towards the tea coffee counter. Unfortunately, there was a 10-minute delay in the coffee or tea to arrive due to some miscommunication. Those days, you didn't have any mobile phones or something to track where it is and things like that. So there was a delay for whatsoever reason. And just in the same instant, I could hear curses from the same people who were praising just a couple of minutes before. Why the hell do you run and, why do you take an order if you are not able to deliver this on time? So I had two emotions parallelly. While I was very proud standing there, the next minute I was like totally ashamed being with him, what is happening. And what I had really in my mind was I wanted to know how he reacted to all this. He was totally like composed. He was submitting his apology to everyone that I'm sorry this was late, sorry. End of the day I asked him, how did he feel? So he was telling like, this happens in the industry. We are all human. We can't be so precise. Yes, things like this happen. We have to take it on our stride. So what bothers you the most? I asked him. So he was telling, while it's okay that this happens, what really hurts me is that when they settled the bill for that party, they have deducted 15,000 rupees on account of late delivery of tea and coffee. That's also fine. He is used to it. But he was telling one thing, that I really don't know, did I make money in this particular event? Did I make money? Did I lose money? This is what bothers me the most, because end of the month, I just collect some data, hear few words from everybody, sir, tur dal prices have gone up, onion prices have gone up, that's why we lost. Some stories are there, but really, is that the reason? Why is it that, I am not able to measure what has happened? So this, when I was like 10 or 12, has influenced me a lot. Then, like Mr. Natarajan sir, I am the reverse of him. I did my CA foundation and joined a catering institute to become a chef ultimately. For about 3-4 years, I started off with Kanimara. I worked with Holiday Inn Krishna just to see for about 4 years to track what is happening in the space of food costing. And finally, I found that it is very cumbersome. We need to do something about it. Since I am a data person, I just moved out and started off with this particular project, which is today presented to you as clarity. So let me just take you through a small presentation of what we do now in this space. So can we have the presentation? So this is nothing but technology for food cost optimization. So this is one. Are you controlling this? It's running. Can you just go to the previous slide, please? So this is my favorite quote. So we all trust in God, no doubt, but rest all should bring data for us to prove what you have done. So with this as my, pardon me? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yes. So what we have done is basically we have tried to have a real-time assessment or measurement of food cost so that the corrective actions can be taken at the appropriate time and the cost is saved. So this is the small concept behind it. So we are in existence as a private limited company from 2017. Earlier, for about 15 years before that, I have been doing this as a proprietor in a company. So we have implemented it in 100 plus places across India. The best thing that we have done that I am really happy about is we have eliminated more than 1,000 tons of food waste every month across industries, right from industrial catering to hotels. So what we do is basically we try to set standards. So the commissioner was, the first thing he said was we all need to have some standards. We do have. Every hotelier has got their own standards. But the problem is, are we able to put it into a system, put it into a tool that will help us back in measuring where we are against the standards that we have set. So that is what we have done. So what we do as first step is to take your standards and then try to compare your actuals and see what improvements can be done. So for this, we define the standard cost, we assess the gap between the standard and actual, and we will provide insights how to narrow down the gap between them. This is the key thing that we do across. So this is something like this is what we will get as a matrix. Here you see all the outlets that you serve and the various days across a week. Finally, I am seeing that for this month, there is a gap of 9,20,000 rupees, which is there in the end as a total. 9,20,000 rupees for a month I have overspent. Now, the matrix shows you that on Sunday, which is the highest gap, it is about 1.7 lakhs of this 9.2 lakh. So what we do is, by understanding this, we are just converting them as percentages to know which is that particular session or that particular outlet which is affecting us or is the reason for this exorbitant wastage. So this will then, you will narrow it down to the next step. Across 49 sessions that we are seeing here, 4 sessions contribute to 25% of your excesses. So which means step 1, if I have to improve by 25%, I just need to focus on 4 sessions. If these 4 sessions are properly tracked, I am done. One step of mine is done. Next, you take the next 25%, this is about 27%, contributed by another 8 sessions. So totally 12 sessions will eliminate 50% of your gap. So this is a more easier way because we can all try to improve. There is no doubt in it. But if I tell 200 things at a time, please improve, nobody will remember anything. Rather, if I tell these 3 things for this week, let's try and improve these 3 things. Then go for the next week, then go for the next week. But pull that bigger ones, the bigger chunk, the lower hanging fruits, which will contribute a lot, a little effort but more return. We will start there and we will go to that phase of even looking into the minute ones once you are ready with the bigger ones. So this is the approach. So what we bring to table is giving you a clarity on which session is that which is making the major damage for you. So once this is there, if you see here, on Sunday, for which canteen, it is about 60,400 odd rupees is the gap, is the excess usage that has been happened. So this will then take you, the breakup for the 60,400 odd, you will get it as this. In what menu or raw material you have made this excess for. When this is there, anybody will start, attack the top 7 in this pie chart, start planning properly for the, upcoming days for the top 7 in the pie chart, you will see the results for yourselves. So trying to make it simple, easy to access, and most importantly, real time. This is the concept that is there behind clarity. So once you have this, what you will get to know. So one executive dashboard that will give you idea about what is your total consumption value, what is the excess usage of raw material at kitchen level. Here it is shown as 1.78 lakhs. What is the excess usage at the dining or the retail or store level? If it's a central kitchen, then different stores. If it's a hotel, different outlets in the hotel. So we also do hospital catering, industrial catering. So it takes into account everything. So you will get to know exactly what has happened post-production and during production. So both the wastages are split and you get to know where and how do I improve next. This is one sample case, what we are able to do now is within 3 months, that is 90 days, we are able to show improvement in their bottom line this way. So you will have one single dashboard that tells you how you have improved month on month. So in this case, initially the baseline food cost, that the time we entered, the 3-month average was about 55%, has dropped to 46.5% in a span of 3 months, contributing to a total improvement in bottom line by 4 lakhs a month. So this is the contribution that we actually do. Now, while one side we see that the numbers are improving and we are making the bottom line healthy, what really inspires me is this part. The bottom line contribution happens not by tweaking the recipe or substituting it with some substandard things, but by just sheer elimination of wastages. Dr. Pasupati sir said that we are going to face food shortage soon. So let's shift to millets. Another thing that what we can really do is eliminate the food waste. Why are we wasting so much firsthand? While we know that there is going to be some shortage, if we can be a bit, little bit sensitive in how we consume, that's going to do a great deal. Probably 15-20% can be addressed through this. So these statistics that I'm going to show you now in contract catering. So when I say contract catering, it includes all educational institutions, industries, and hospitals. These are the key segments that comes under the contract catering. Across our study, more than 200 plus locations, the wastage is a staggering 30%. 30% of food produced gets wasted. So, I can give you one sample. This is a month's production in a particular industry in Chennai, Oragadam. For a month, they have produced like 2.13 lakh kgs of food across breakfast, lunch, dinner, out of which 63,195 kgs has been wasted. It is there in bin waste, the waste bin around 34,000 kgs, and unserved is about 28,000 kgs. So 30% of food produced is wasted, just like that. And you know the reason why? Because none of the employees are ready to be denied food. What food? Not food totally. One item among the list of items that are being served. That's fine. But that doesn't mean we can end up having 30% wastage. Everything is cooked more. There is no data which says, okay, in this combination, if you have, say for example, a paneer gravy with roti served along with rice today, the roti's consumption is going to be more, rice consumption is going to be less, so let's plan accordingly. This concept is not there at all. Prepare everything, this was short today, prepare that more. Tomorrow make sure there is no shortage. That's it, simple, straightforward. No more application of mind beyond this. So if this particular thing is addressed, and humanly it is, I know it's a bit impossible because you are dealing with so many items in a day. That is why we thought, we will come out with a tool that will help you in understanding these things. Give clear statistics. Bring your focus and attention to that place where this happens. So this is about contract catering. So in retail, I have classified all hotels, restaurants, sweet shops and bakeries under retail. It is around 10 to 12% is the wastage. Now, when many places I go, they say, no sir, we make, food is made to order. There is no wastage. There is straight declaration, no wastage, made to order. We don't waste anything. But when you go there, you find definitely more than 10% is getting wasted. Here, the wastage, we split it as accounted and unaccounted. So I have sent about 100 portions of, say, curd rice today. I have sold 80 and I am left with 2 plates. What happened to the balance 18? Either it goes as a pilferage or over portioning. That over portioning case is very less, or silently it goes to the bin, undeclared. And unlike in industrial or institutional catering, measuring a bin in restaurant is very challenging because you have so many outlets. Every, for example, Dindigul Talapagati is having almost 100 outlets. How do you measure all the 100 with some audit team in a day? It's impossible. So, there is a great scope of eliminating wastage and contributing to your bottom line. It's a waste for everybody. While food is wasted, you lose your money, everything is wasted. So this is where we focus. So this is like, as I told you, this is what they declare as waste, while that is what is gone undeclared. That's a huge quantity, gets undeclared. So now we are present pan-India across all these segments mentioned here. So apart from the ones I told you, industries, institutions, hospitals, sweet shops, bakeries, hotels, restaurants, we also have food processing industry, flight catering, and event management under us. So this is what few of our clients currently, pan-India. So this is what we do. So I am really thankful to Dr. Pasupati for giving us an opportunity to share this, so that you can spread this among your peers and try to on the whole improve the standards of the food industry by eliminating wastage. We really focused on elimination of wastages. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Subramaniam sir. There is what Parikshan has added to this brilliant concept. Of course, the tool is wonderful, which Mr. Subramaniam. We have added to that the rolled throughput yield, RTY concept. For example, if you buy 1 kg of potato, once you wash potato, you have a 10% loss. 1 kg becomes 900 grams. You peel potato, 15% loss. 900 grams of potato you peel, you get 900 multiplied by 0.85, you get somewhere around 740 grams. Then when you cut potato, there is a 10% loss. So you multiply 740 by 0.9, you get around 630, 645 grams. So you are imagining that you are cooking 1 kg, but you are actually cooking only 640 grams. That is rolled throughput yield. And there is another scientific aspect to it, which is some urad dal, if you soak, can give you 8 portions of vada batter. Some other urad dal can give you only 5.5 portions of urad dal. Now, what contributes to that difference of 8 and 5.5 is purely based on science, on the protein content, on the quality of that urad dal. For example, in urad dal, we have 21 species. For example, a rice with 7.2 moisture can give you for 1 portion, for 1 kilo, 4.1 kgs of boiled rice. But if you buy a bad rice with more percentage of moisture, you don't have a proper process, then you will end up having 3.6, 3.4 kgs. For every 250 grams of rice, you sell 1 portion of rice. 1 portion of rice in a normal star hotel is around, I'm slightly outdated with the menu card. I think it should be around 150, 160 rupees. With the normal hotel itself, it's about 60 rupees nowadays, a portion of rice. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is very, very, very interesting with Mr. Subramaniam is, I think he cut it short. He captures food cost in about 6 stages. The ordering cost, the receiving cost, the storing cost, the pre-preparation cost, the production cost, and the portioning cost. So food cost is not about just one stage. We blindly go and ask questions to the white coat. We have to ask more questions to the purchase manager, more questions to different people and the F&B service people also. It's a combined effort that can give food cost. Why I'm so serious about this subject is because, please understand, when climate change is happening very fast, when there's a pressure on us to make yield better, and India is rocking in world economy, we are going to the 3rd place for certainty from 5th to 3rd. And in this journey, our food industry is going to do very, very well. It is not that we should do well in volume, we should do well in profits. So the only way we can do it is by having better food costs. Thank you, Subramaniam, for that wonderful beginning of the day. We will, I think, have now, I would request, Chef Gilji to please honor Mr. Subramaniam.
We will have a short tea break for about 15 minutes. I request all of you to please assemble by 11 a.m. Thank you.
Post tea break, we have one of the best revolutions in science which has happened recently. We have green nanotechnology presentation, so please be on time. Thank you so much.
So, respected guests, chef, and everyone. So, we have arranged a very small quiz during the tea break, and we have also very restricted time of 15 minutes. So, during the tea break, you can just scan this QR code. There are some basic questions related to Milleric, and it is more of a quiz. It's about an awareness game which we are doing it during the tea break. So, I request you to scan in your mobile and give the answers, and please come back within 15 minutes. Thank you very much, everyone. The tea is served in the left. So I request every chef, every guest, even all the participants to scan it and be part of it.
Let's resume the session. Let's resume the session. I request all of you to please resume to your seats. Yeah. Arambi.
Our session is about the green nanotechnology revolution, a very, very futuristic topic. We have a small AV talking about the same. Thank you.
Because of the load of the this thing, it's taking little time.
So we were excited. We continued our radioactivated gold nanoparticles. We saw very good results, and we are still working on it. We will be starting our clinical trial. I'm glad to tell you that silver nanoparticles has just been approved as a drug, and we have applied for it, and we got the license only yesterday. So you can see the kind of effort and the science which is being put behind this. And we took the help of Dr. Pasupati ji to establish the fact that this can be used as a revolution in the food industry. So what did we do with the food industry? We said the food industry, you have seen the wastage numbers which Pasupati ji was saying, or Dr. Earlier speaker, Mrs. Srinivasan ji was saying. The food wastage quantity, if you talk about few hotels, a 1 month wastage, you can imagine the wastage in the entire country. And post-harvesting, we worked with Dr. Pasupati ji and we said that we should see whether we can bring the scientific evidences to see that the food is really preserved well. I am glad to tell you that our constant efforts in last so many years have brought to the fact that food, vegetables, fruits and others washed with silver nanoparticles are preserved without any refrigeration in the open ambient condition for more than 3 times the time when the vegetables and fruits are kept in the... But then not only in the fruits and vegetable industry, it is in the meat industry or the fish industry or the wherever you think the preservation can be done. To our surprise, 6 months back we got an inquiry from Kenya whether we can use it for flowers. And we started working with them, and I'm glad to tell you that they wanted the rose to be preserved for 21 days. They were not able to keep the rose intact, fresh, because the rose would either bend or, not have the freshness or have the black particles in that. And I'm glad to tell you that silver nanoparticles has helped them to preserve it for more than 25 days. So the export opportunity, what we are seeing is huge. Fruits and vegetables, again, a revolution is happening and people are using it. One of the chef, our friend, he wanted to make gravy out of this. And he had sent the gravy to even Chef Gill also. What's his name? Arora ji. So Chef Arora, Jugesh Arora, had sent the gravy to Chef Gill also. I'm glad to tell you that he said, I will endorse the statement only after a year. So he kept various packets and kept on testing them. And gravy made of the silver nanoparticles without any outside chemical preservatives stayed fresh for almost a year. Now, these revelations are what is required to be brought to the scientific evidences have to be brought to the notice of the renowned chefs here, people here, safety officers. The challenge was whether we'll get the FSSAI approval. So 3 years back, Dr. Nappinai, our research scientist here, we made an appeal to the FSSAI that we should be approved as a FSSAI approved product for preservation. And I'm glad to tell you, after 2 years and various scientific committees which we had to go, and they have finally accepted, and 1 year back, they have approved silver nanoparticles to be used as a preservative in the food industry. I think I have crossed the stage of food, fruits, vegetables, meat, fish, or the flower industry. My next scientific goal is that I should bring silver nanoparticles and gold nanoparticles. Silver nanoparticles as a cure for lung cancer. Silver nanoparticles as the most powerful antimicrobial and the only world's first non-resistant antibiotic. This has such a powerful, and various doses are there. At a particular dose, it becomes the world's first non-resistant antibiotic. Or the drug use. Of course, the drug use are many, which we are taking few as a first example, and then working on them. On the gold nanoparticles, I can tell you, we have evidences that it can treat any tumor, any cancerous tumor, without going through the radiation or the chemotherapy or the medicine. You just inject the stem cell, inject the gold nanoparticles into the solid tumor. The tumor is gone in 21 days. So I'm applying to the government to give this approval as a gold nanoparticles as a drug, which eventually, after 2-3 years, will be brought as a drug for the cancer treatment. I mean, of course, the iron nanoparticles for the anemic conditions. Most of the iron which is used in the medicine world, the absorption of the iron is very, very less than 1%. And that is where we are still fighting for anemia in the condition. The world's biggest problem is anemia. Cancer is one side, but anemia is a bigger problem which the world is facing. I mean, they have tried their best to put this in the salt and other conditions, but the change which is going to come will be iron nanoparticles used in the food industry itself. And that will have a solid absorption. These are my submissions. I know there is a shortage of time, Pasupati ji, so I will not take much of your time, but the fact that nanoparticles, silver nanoparticles, you have seen the samples outside. We have kept some vegetables washed before and after of silver nanoparticles, and the kind of lettuce which creates the E. coli problem. And we have seen that once you wash it with silver nanoparticles, E. coli content is absolutely zero in lettuce. These are some of the things which can be really used, and organic food also. Most of the time we say that organic food, but the organic food contains a lot of E. coli because of the cow dung and others which are used. But if you wash it with silver nanoparticles, it becomes free from all the germs or bacteria. So thank you very much, Pasupati ji, for giving me this chance, and I'm sure we'll be working together to make this a great revolution.
Thank you, sir. I request you to stay back for a minute. And as he stays back, we'll give the memento to sir. Yeah.
One industry which I didn't talk about was I was in the film industry also.
So you know how to face the camera. I have to tell you, When Sir
But when you're, when
approached me for testing the silver nanoparticles, I was interested in it for a few important factors. Number one, the quaternarium compounds that are normally used in our hotel industry and chlorine directly, there's a big problem with dilution and about the residual effect. And with all these problems, the next problem is that there is no longevity for the product, in the sense the residual effect on the food surfaces, that is the food contact surfaces. Suppose you treat a cutting board with chlorine or a food contact surface with chlorine. Sometimes it can completely get lost in 20 minutes, sometimes in 2.5 to 3 hours. But the beauty with silver nanoparticles is it is a slow release mechanism. In absolutely below detectable levels, it can go for 3-4 days with a residual effect. And in various forms we have tested the residual effect. In various methodologies we have tested the microbial count. And through different labs in the world we have tested the toxicology of this product. And everywhere it has come extremely clean. Dr. Napinai, who is heading the research center there, has done wonderful work, and he will be presenting the AV to all of you later, and we will also be sending with the study material the AV and the full original reports which Nano5 has got throughout the world. And one of the most important challenges why I requested Abhayji to join us today is for my dear chefs. My chefs sometimes find it very difficult. The most perishable thing is stuffed bakery item. You know, the stuffing in samosa, the stuffing in puff, particularly non-vegetarian stuffing is extremely costly. And I wanted some simple solution without chemicals. And the bakeries that are on the roadside don't have sophisticated refrigeration systems. So to ensure food safety, we wanted to test this very, very seriously. And please believe me, from a 8-hour, 10-hour shelf life, it has gone to 72 hours. So Jesu Lambert, Chef Jesu Lambert is here. In fact, the test was done with him, with his bakery product in Savera. Mohan is also here. So in so many products, in marinated non-veg, we tested, the results were exceedingly good. And another big area of concern for the entire state is fish. And in fish, when we tested with nanoparticles, it is surprisingly extremely fresh. And what more, without the 96 diseases that it can bring. And egg is a big candidate for disease. Egg can give you 60 types of diseases. And with a simple silver nano wash, which would be costing around 20-25 paise per egg, and not more than that, the egg will be very shining, and you will not have any disease coming out of the egg because of that. Because I know even the recent controversies in the state are partly associated with the egg. So I think for our poultry industry, I think for our meat industry, and I think for our perishable vegetables and fruit industry, nanotechnology is a great boon. So I would like chefs to adopt the invention in science and collaborate with Nano5 in doing your experiments and taking it forward, because the future belongs to nanotechnology. Thank you, Abhayji, for being with us. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Abhayji. Thank you so much. Like Sir has been telling, this is definitely a great future. Our next presentation for the day is something even I'm very curious about to know what it is all about. He is a Siddha practitioner who has 14 years plus experience and has cured 10,000 patients with COVID through Siddha treatments. He has completed the Nadi Pariksha pulse diagnosis from a renowned practitioner, late Mr. Sri Ranganathan. He is in the pathway of taking Siddha to overseas by mainly focusing on monitoring the next generation, enhancing communication, and analyzing the social outlook. He was awarded for his research in Siddha by the Central Council in the year 2017. He was also honored in the Indian Federation of Culinary Association in the year 2018. He has been constantly teaching students on simple lifestyle practices for physical and emotional well-being. He has authored 2 books and regularly writes articles on food and lifestyle practices in popular Tamil magazines and newspapers. I now request Dr. Madhu Kartish to please address the gathering. Thank you.
Please, Dr. Madhu. Madhu and my meeting intervention, like how he does divine intervention to so many patients. We met in Delhi, had a 2-hour talk, and ever since that day, we have been exchanging notes. Like most of you, I am also keen to listen to him. Madhu, please.
Vanakkam. I am Dr. Madhu Kartish. I am a Siddha physician. And I would like to thank Dr. Pasupati for giving me this opportunity. And my wishes for his 25th year of this Parikshan. And after a long time, when Dr. Pasupati came and told to me that I want to give a speech on this day, I was asking him on what topic I have to be given. And he suggested the topic. Next slide, please. Yeah. It was a divine guidance in Indian food. So when he told me the topic, it was something new for me too. So what is the connection between divinity and food? So is food a divine thing was a big question mark for me. So when I searched for what could be there, because I don't want to bring this divine thing into a spiritual way, like what are the prasadam we offer in temples, in that way, how food is connected. So I don't want to talk about the spiritual things. So in that way, when I was thinking, when I searched for the meaning for divine, so whatever we came across for the meaning for divine is, it's a pleasant, enjoyable, extremely good, like a God, and connected with food. So can we apply food to all these content when I thought? And when we ask someone, how was the food? The answer may be extremely good. And did you enjoy your food? Yes, the food was very much enjoyable. And the aroma and the flavor of the food was it gave me a pleasant feel. So the person who cooked the food was like a God for me now. And when you have a good food, you feel like you are in a heaven. So you are connected with God. So then the answer is yes, of course, food is divine. So the connection between this divinity and food, we can say the divine thing in the form of a spiritual thing in the form of nature, and food is also nature. So there is a bridge between this food and divinity. So as I am a Siddha doctor, so we always connect whatever the things with the Panchabhutams. So as you all know, Panchabhutam is the thing which exists in our human body. So whatever changes happens in the universe, that is going to happen in our human body also. So as we all know, what is Panchabhutam? It is fire, water, earth, wood, and air. So now let us see how this Panchabhutam and the taste is connected, because the biggest strength which I consider in our Indian cuisine or Indian science is we always connect the food with the taste. See, when you say someone who is feeling very tired, you eat something spicy or we see something sweet, your mind can immediately connect with a food which has twist, which is sweet in taste, or a food which is spicy in taste. Instead, if I'm going to tell you you are tired, so you have to take 360 calories of food, then there is a confusion. What food has 360 calories? It is the food or the digested particles has to be 360 calories. In that way, there is a confusion will be there. So always our Indian science, especially the South Indian food system was based on taste. So this is how food and taste are interconnected. So the 6 tastes, the sweet, sour, salt, bitter, pungent, and astringent, each taste is interconnected with 2 of the Panchabhutam we say. So the sweet is connected with earth and water, the sour taste, earth and fire, the salt one, water and fire, the bitter, air and fire, the pungent, the air, and astringent is air and earth. So why always there is a two Panchabhudam connected for one taste is, when you taste the food, that you will be feeling a taste, and the food goes inside the body when it mixes with the salivation. And the second thing we say Vibhagam, we say, in that form, that sweet, the taste gets converted. For example, if you're taking amla, when you eat an amla, you can feel a little bit of astringent taste in that. And when you drink water after that, you can feel a sweetness in that. So this is how two Bhudams are connected with one taste. So now how this taste is interconnected with your organs. So every taste will help in developing one organ of your body. So this is how the connection will be there. The sweet takes care of your muscle development. The sour taste takes care of the digestive enzymes. The salt, the bone and the bone marrow. The bitter taste takes care of the nerves. Spice on the genital fluids, as well as the astringent on blood. So again, as I mentioned earlier, so it is easy for us to connect with the taste and the human body. So that is why when a baby grows, we often give them, baby also likes potatoes, and they eat plain rice with ghee, because the potatoes are highly sweet in taste, so that helps for their muscle development. And when the child starts to grow, they go and take some salt and eat on their own, because salt takes care of their development of the bone. So, and the last thing when you see, say, the astringent takes care of the blood. In our Indian science, they say that carrot beetroot improves blood circulation, because carrot beetroot has sweet taste. So it's the color that takes, the beta carotene, they say, takes care of the blood, but the astringent is the one which takes care of the blood thing. That is why if you see the pomegranate, the outer whitish skin decides the color of the pomegranate, and when you eat pomegranate, only if you eat with that whitish layer, that is going to improve the blood. So this is how taste and organs are interconnected. So now the title when he gave, the divine guidance of Indian food. So now let us say, what is the divine guidance was given by our ancestors in the interconnection between the food. So among these, the first thing is the seasonal foods. So this is the most prior thing nowadays for this generation to be knowing is, what are the seasonal foods to be taken? Because now, because of the globalization, every season we have all the foods available. Watermelon is available in every season, mango is available every season. But the thing is, we must have the knowledge of choosing which food has to be taken during which climatic conditions. Because when you don't take the proper food on the proper climatic condition, then there is also going to create you sickness. Since there is a lot of, it is a chef industry here, I would ask them to, in their cuisine, their menu itself, it will be better if they can keep a counter like a seasonal food counter, because it is like you are going to educate the society also, like in this season only these kind of food is available, these vegetables are grown, so that it is like educating the society. Because how we doctors are savior of lives, the same value of the chefs, because we both have a white coat, we are also savior of life. And then the combination of spices. And this is also the most important thing I feel, because the combination of each spices is also decides the value of the food. Before when we make a chutney or something, when you're grinding in a auto or something, it is not that they put all the ingredients together. So which ingredient has to be added first, which has to be added second, there was a reason. And when this is mixed with that, now before Sir was talking about nanotechnology, this nanotechnology was used like in making our chutneys, I feel. Because when we make a coconut chutney, first they keep coconut, then onion, then green chili, then the roasted chana dal. These things has to be added next. First, green chili should not be kept, and if you make in that way, the complete texture will change. So they had a knowledge of giving a proper knowledge of combination of spices, which is most important. And then the temperature. We call it Tamil Padam Barthal. When a food is completed, now they say Padamargan Paranga, like that they used to say. Because touching the temperature of the food is the main thing. Now this is the millet in era we are speaking. So when you are consuming millets, any millets, if it is not soaked for 8 to 10 hours, then we don't consider that as a finished food. So here I have written about what is the difference between finished food and complete food. So most of the foods which are cooked under pressure cooker and now which were heated under a full flame, we call it as a finished food. It is not a complete food. So a millet, if it is soaked for 8 to 10 hours, then if it is cooked, then we call it as a complete food. And then there was a biggest knowledge given by our ancestors based on their vessels also. So once the food is cooked, it is not like you can preserve in any vessels. They gave a proper explanation of, see, if you have to cook a rice, you cook it on a bronze vessel. If it is a rasam, you keep it on a tin coated vessel. If it is going to be a curd or buttermilk, soak it in a mud vessel. If it is a salt or tamarind, store it in a porcelain jar. So the vessel itself had a value, so that itself helped for enhancing the property of the food which is cooked or the food which is kept preserved. And finally, the Chaturmitra we call, that is, if which food has to be taken, which not has to be taken in a combination. So we all know, like commonly we say don't take curd and fish together because it creates problem like that. Like milk and lime products should not be taken together. Even ghee and honey, if it is taken in an equal proportion, that it's going to create some problem. Always ghee should be on the higher hand than the honey which we are using. So this combination of Chaturmitra also was a biggest thing. Now sometimes even in this Chaturmitra we say that if you are taking a hot food, immediately don't take anything which is cold. Now we are facing a lot of cancerous things and these metabolic disorders. The problem is because of the wrong combination of food we are using as well as the wrong temperature which you are consuming a food. And once we consume a hot food, immediately when you drink a cold drinks or something, your body cells get confused there. This confusion is the result of leading to many major diseases. So these were all some of the divine guidance which were given by ancestors. And then about eating, it was like how to eat, when to eat, what to eat, and what not to eat. So when it comes to how to eat, even there they had some principles were there. It's not just like that when you cook a food, you cannot eat in the same way. So before eating, it is like don't talk while eating. You always bend towards the food. The food should not come to the mouth. The body should bend towards the food. Also, chew your food properly and don't drink water while consuming food. After a food, like take some 10 to 15 minutes to drink a water. There was many rules to given on how to eat even. Then when to eat. So the ideal time to take a breakfast is, we say that 7:30 a.m. because as soon as you wake up, from the time you wake up, after 2 hours, your digestive enzymes are ready to consume a food. So 7:30 to 8 a.m. in the morning, 11:30 a.m. and 7 p.m. This is the ideal time to have a food. When these 3 times are maintained for a proper diet, then that is going to make you very healthy. And what to eat, again, this what to eat is connected with the seasonal foods only. So whatever food is easily digestible, we call it as the most nutritious food. It is not the calorie value or the ingredients which is available in the food. Even if you have the most nutritious food and if it is not digested by your body, then that food is not okay for your health. So anything which is easily digestible, which is suitable for that climatic condition, that has to be consumed. So, and what not to eat. So in what not to eat, generally, I always prescribe my patients not to eat all these 7 things. Avoid 7 to make your digestion heaven display at all. But now as Dr. Pasupati sir was speaking about the egg, so after this nanotechnology, maybe egg can be consumed easily. So always I ask them to avoid milk, egg, because I feel these 2 are the culprits for all of the disease which you are facing now. And prawn, cauliflower, pickles, anything fried out of chana dal and cabbage. And why cabbage and cauliflower is, it generally reduces the urine output of our human body, and the protein in the prawn is not properly digested. That creates many sickness, and many people are allergic to prawns. And nowadays in my practice, I am facing people who eat peanuts are suffering a lot of diseases. So I don't know what is the reason connection, because when we say people to avoid peanuts, there is a lot of improvement. So maybe the production somewhere has to be addressed, because peanuts and banana varieties are now the 2 major things that are leading to many of the diseases. So this was the final thing. And generally they used to ask in Tamil, there's a proverb calling, in the udambu edanal aanadu, they will say. So people say udambu is made of bone, muscle, but as a Tamil saying, say udambu edanal aanadu, unaval aanadu. So the food which you eat is going to decide the health of the body. So when you go to your doctor, the doctor says, the food is the which make you healthy, and as well as the food is the one which is going to make you unhealthy. So let us choose our food properly and let us pray our food. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madhu sir. You know, when you speak to him in detail, he will give so much of insights. I gave him only 7 minutes of time, so he had to cut short. I hope with the introduction that he has given, I hope you will visit his website, meet him and get more cues. He's a specialist in astro diet. I gave him this topic, but he has got so much to talk to us on food. And as far as what Madhu sir told, we have identified in India so many groundnut varieties. And what is happening in this country is just because only 28 to 30% is properly irrigated or semi-irrigated, during the harvest time of groundnut, due to water shortage, some of the groundnuts are not well grown. வேர்க்கடலைகள் சரியாக உருவாகுதில்லை. And whenever a groundnut doesn't have good water at the end, at the days before harvest, what happens? Aflatoxin increases. There are about 5 major aflatoxins, and these aflatoxins can cause a lot of diseases. Many of us think that by roasting groundnut, the aflatoxins will go. Science has revealed that only 45 to 50% of aflatoxin is gone when you roast it. So the moisture in the harvested groundnut has to be extremely low. The groundnut has to grow to its full size, and then only the aflatoxin will not be there. That is a major issue. And as far as prawn is concerned, there are 10 biotoxins that can come from fish and prawn. And for a simple reference, when you take a prawn, there will be a black-green line on the back of the prawn, just to show your torchlight from the mobile. And if there's a small orange reflection on the back vein, it means the prawn has died due to unnatural circumstances. For your information, prawn is one of the rarest animals. Other than human being, only 2 animals can commit suicide: dolphin and prawn. So any animal which has committed suicide, and if you eat it, it can be very, very lethal for your health. And another indication in prawn is if the egg has got some yellow spots, it means it has got a major disease. So you should not eat it. So, the other thing that I'm so interested with Madhu Kartish's speech is about seasonal food. So let us pledge here today, all of us, that we will take at least 7 vegetables in a week. Is it possible for all of you? My chefs should ensure that, because if you just take 7 vegetables, automatically 4 of them will be local. And if you take 4 local vegetables every week, all the problems in the country are solved. As I told you, when you have 516 vegetables, your 8 vegetables dominate 81%. I think that is leading us to a lot of disaster. And we are keeping a small compound of Madhu Kartish and Krompet fully crowded because we go with problems to him. Right? Thank you, Madhu Kartish, for your session. I now request our Managing Director, Gayatri, to come and give a memento to Dr. Madhu Kartish. Madhu Kartish, inga vaanga. Thank you, Madhu. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, next will be a very, very, very important subject, before which there's a 1 or 1.5 minutes intervention from my side on something which is extremely controversial. I think about 80% of the crowd who is sitting here may not agree with me, and I don't want you to agree with me now. And I want you to agree after 1.5 minutes. There is a uncalled for enmity on Maida for reasons unknown, without knowing science. Maida is one of the 7 products of the same plant. You have wheat, you have husk, you have whole wheat, you have whole wheat atta, chakki atta, you have resultant atta, you have dalia, you have broken samba rava, you have the Mumbai rava, or what we call as suji, the rava, and maida. So, maida, for all good reasons, is the endosperm of a very good quality wheat. Unlike many of you imagine, all maida is not polished. And polishing maida is a bit more costly. The modern maida mills in this country right now, without adding anything, just water, remove the fiber and give you wonderful high quality maida. And I do not know which half-baked doctor in this country has started talking so much about maida, and we do not know the seriousness of it. Because in the country's output, 53% of wheat output is to do with maida economics. Actually, you can take 73% out of a wheat. You know, the maida yield from wheat is about 73%. Now, if you ignore from a plant 53%, what would happen to the economics of this country? There is absolutely no scientific evidence that maida alone contributes to any health disease in this country. Not a single paper you can take out and quote anywhere. And when you take maida, you touch your heart and tell me, so many chefs are here. When you serve a rice flour item, rice flour is also endosperm, by the way, right? When you serve a dosa or idli, there are chances that somebody may take dosa or idli plain. But when you serve a parota or when you serve a maida dish, nobody takes it alone. They invariably take it with a good source of protein, a good source of vegetable. So, let us not get into war with certain food items without knowing the basics of it. It is dangerous for the country. You know, let us not get into very flat statements that whatever white is bad for your health. It cannot be. Right? So let us base our arguments on science. Let us understand the bigger canvas of national economics. When government itself has permitted with all its scientific committees and scientific panels certain ingredients and certain polishing stuffs which FSSAI need not have done, the bad name to maida has come because of FSSAI, not because of the Vyaparis, not because of the FBOs. Unnecessarily, for no reason, FSSAI has allowed a percentage of chemicals to be added and a polishing to be done, which no modern miller is doing. The modern milling machines are absolutely untouched by hand. You put from the lorry, the wheat is taken by aspiration methods and by a multi-layer cleaning, and then you get the maida at the other end. To educate you, we have got some experiments, live experiments exhibited here, because I don't want this country to enter into a very dangerous game like how Sri Lanka has faced a food crisis and a financial crisis. So let us save our nation, let us be responsible, let us take the help of science. Now I invite on stage ENVU. ENVU is a modern name for the urban pest management of a world leader called Bayer in pest management. I now request ENVU team to come forward and Veena will take over. Thank you.
I request our Managing Director to give a small introduction about ENVU before they can start their presentation.
Dr. Ashish Dokras is currently working as Head, Market Development and Technical Services at ENVU, located with its head office at Thane. Dr. Ashish has completed MSc and PhD Entomology from Dr. Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry, Himachal Pradesh. After post-graduation, Dr. Ashish joined Godrej High Care as a technical officer. At Bayer for 14 years and with ENVU for 1 year, Dr. Ashish Dokra works for market development, bioefficacy evaluation of various pesticide products. Ashish has contributed his knowledge in various capacity building, India investment for pest management, supervisors, managers, technicians, municipal corporation, field teams, officials, etc. He continues to support professionalism by disseminating knowledge on the lines of pest biology, pesticide solutions, innovations, safety, and many other aspects for the pest management industry. Warm welcome to you, sir. I think you are the main speaker of the day.
Hello. Good afternoon to everybody. I am from NVU, which was previously a company called Bayer Environmental Science. We were a part of Bayer. And recently we have separated from Bayer. And now our standalone company is called NVU. You can see here also. So basically, NVU is into the manufacturing of pest management solutions, manufacturing and marketing of pest management solutions. So basically, crop science was a bigger division which used to take care of the insect pest which attack the food crops, the crops that are in the field. And we used to take care of household pests, that is the pest which affect our food, our fiber, our shelter. So those kind of pests we used to tackle. And now we are NVU, which is completely focused on structural pest management, that is household pest management and mosquito management. So our vision statement is healthy environment for everyone, everywhere. So today's world, we live, work and play in different places. Our children, we work in different places. Our children play in the playgrounds, and they can be affected by different insect pests or even normal non-insect pests. So, for instance, our children are playing in the playground. They may get bitten by the Aedes mosquito, and we know that dengue, chikungunya, these are the kind of diseases, serious diseases caused by insect pests. We are having food in the hotels, and it might be, the food might be contaminated by a cockroach or a housefly or a rodent. And this can cause a food hazard to us. We may have dysentery or even food poisoning, which may be serious. So we take care of healthy environments for everyone, everywhere. That's our mission statement. And we are into different sectors throughout the world. We are present in more than 150 countries, and we are present in different segments, but in India, we are present in professional pest management and the mosquito management. We are yet to make a beginning in other segments, but this is in just about what segments we are present. This is about agenda today. I will cover slightly. I won't be covering any detail because we have got a stipulated time. So I will cover only on cockroach management, housefly management, and what are innovations that are happening in pest management solutions. Because in general, we believe that pest management solutions is generally spray and pray. So that is different. There are different innovations, R&D is happening. But are we getting benefited out of those solutions? That is important. And some value addition, because there are so many insecticides which are quite old kind of things. But are we bringing something new? We are innovating. And are we doing some value addition in the products? Because simply selling or simply doing what we have done before, we will get what we have got before. So there is some value addition. And that I will discuss with you. Also innovations that are happening in the food products. So basically, insect pests is a big threat to the food. Subramaniam sir, some time back, explained that 30% of our food goes waste. Let's not say 30% because there is something happening, peeling of the potatoes, and thorough output is also there. So even then, a lot of food goes waste. Where does the food go? The waste portion, the unconsumed also, but the consumed and wasted, where does it go? Many a times it is not disposed of properly. And then what is the fate of that undisposed or not properly disposed food? There are some insect pests, some rodents, some houseflies, some cockroaches, who are always there to take the benefit of these things. And then it creates a habitat which is not congenial for the human health. So therefore, the pests make home in such outlets or such food handling establishments. And then to control such pest, there has to be some pest management professional. So pest management professional is then hired, and then he does the needful. But what do we know about pest management? The basics. The basic thing about pest management stands on the principle of 4D. 4D. First D is related to deny entry. Means if there is some person, pest is considered as unwanted entity. It's an organism, unwanted organism. So the first line of approach or the first line of managing this pest is deny entry. And when do I say deny entry, then what role some has to get assigned to? Someone has to get assigned to. So deny entry means it comes to the responsibility comes to the person who designs the building, the food handling establishment, the doors, the windows. It comes to that. Deny food is the next D. So deny food comes, and who is the responsible person? It's the chef, not directly the chef. It is the team working under the chef. Because denying food is not about preparing food. The chef prepares, ensures that the food is very tasty and it is very attractive. But denying access to that delicious food is the key here. So how do we deny access to the food? In a simple household situation, what do? We keep the utensils in which we have eaten in the kitchen sink. And then there are some cockroaches hiding in the cracks and crevices in the kitchen sink, near the faucets, below the kitchen cabinets. They come at night, they work at night. They come at night and they take the food. That much food is sufficient for the cockroaches to survive and multiply effectively. So denying food includes a kind of simple step. Let's say, I have a utensil which has food, but I pour water into it at night. What happens? The cockroach cannot swim into the water and go and eat that food. So I am denying the food to that cockroach. So it's about denying food. The third D is about denying shelter. Now shelter again comes to someone's responsibility. So denying shelter comes to housekeeping. If my kitchen is without cracks, crevices, then there is no hideout for the cockroach. The cockroach is not able to hide somewhere, and then it's not possible for him to have access to the food. So, and what cockroaches need? Cockroaches, like us, we require what? Food, clothing, shelter. So they also have some kind of similar requirements. What is that? Cockroaches require food, water, favorable temperature, and harborage. So denying shelter means discouraging the environment where they can make shelter. So sealing of cracks, crevices, not cluttering the kitchen with lot of things, because the more the clutter, the more are the chances for the cockroaches to hide in that kitchen. Therefore, the third D is denying shelter. And last D comes to what? Anyone? Destroy. So when nothing works, you have to destroy that entity, because nothing has worked. Deny food, deny entry, deny food, deny shelter has not worked we have not been able to discourage it through these 3Ds. So 4D is required, destroy. And then comes the role of pest management professional. So it is the last D where it comes. So denying, destroying comes to that. And when it comes to destroying, especially I will take only two insect pests, cockroaches and houseflies. So it's about houseflies. There are two main solutions. Previously, few years back, when we used to do pest control or the cockroach control, we used to say cockroach control. These days, the more professional and more scientific term is cockroach management. It's not about controlling. Means every time we go see the cockroach, just spray. That's not the solution to control cockroaches. The cockroach management has to be there. And management includes so many things. Inspection, identification, then recommendation, treatment, and follow-up. So these are the things which has to be systematically carried over. And then we can have an effective cockroach management. So generally, in the previous times, we used to do cockroach management, cockroach control by doing spraying. We used to take out all utensils, we used to spray in the kitchen area, and then we used to wait for 2 hours. The cockroaches would die. Then we used to collect with a broom from the dead cockroaches, and then we used to wash the utensils and put back in the kitchen. Now this era has changed. When Bayer first introduced the gel, it was Bayer who introduced the gel concept. Today we all know that there are some gel dots that are put in the kitchen. So when this gel came, we told the people, the pest management professionals, that use this gel for cockroach management. They said it's surprising, how come you put small dots and how cockroaches will get controlled, because we use so many chemicals, sprays and all these things, and then hardly they die. But when we started using it in the field, it made a magic. Reason, this gel is a food attractant basically. It does not seek and kill. You don't have to go to each and every cockroach and put the gel on it. You have to put the gel at probable places where the cockroach would come and feed upon it, and it's a food for cockroaches. There's very little amount of insecticide in that food, and the cockroach is not intelligent enough to understand that there is an insecticide in this food. So when the food is consumed, it will die. But it's not only one cockroach that will die from that. Because when the cockroach consumes that gel, the gel may get deposited on its mouth parts, on its legs, and this may carry to the home or where the other fellow cockroaches are staying. And then the fellow cockroaches may lick or eat the food which is deposited on its body. So they would also die. The excrements, the small nymphs, the small young stages of cockroaches are not strong enough to eat some hard food. They feed upon the excreta of the adult cockroaches. When these the young cockroaches feed on the excreta of the cockroach which has consumed the gel, they will also die. Also, the dead cockroach, this is called necrophagy. There is a term called necrophagy, which cockroaches eat the excreta of the adult. Then, coprophagy. And then there is a necrophagy in which the adult cockroaches eat the dead cockroaches. So the adult cockroaches which has consumed the gel and it has died in its hideout, the other adult cockroaches will feed upon it and they will also die. So there is a multiplying effect. A single cockroach, a single gel dot can kill 20 to 25 cockroaches by a cascading effect. We call it domino effect. So this is the beauty of this gel. But there is also a flip side. Until and unless this gel is available for the cockroaches, it will not feed upon it and it will not die. And it will not kill the other members of the colony. So the challenge here is in the food handling establishments especially. the pest management professional goes and applies the gel, and after some time, not very long time, someone comes and spray the entire kitchen, cleans it, wash it clean with a high jet spray, high pressure jet spray, and then the gel is gone. So the gel will be effective. The fundamental thing, gel will be effective only if the cockroaches have that gel available. If it is not available, they will survive, they will multiply, they will breed. So this is again, these are some kind of challenges. There are many challenges, out of which this is the major challenge. Even in a kitchen which is not very clean, when this gel is applied, why cockroaches will eat that gel? See, gel is made out of the best and best ingredients which attract the cockroaches. But there has to be, it should be compelled to search and eat that gel. If there is a competitor food, it may get attracted to the competitor food also. And if there is a lot of competitor food, very little proportion of cockroaches will go and eat that gel. So that is the challenge. How can we remove the competitor food wherein all the kitchen, the food itself, the kitchen is the hub of food. So that is the challenge. So this gel also has to be remain attractive for a longer time. Now, we have manufactured the gel. We have done a lot of R&D, but this R&D is with some expense. So most of the times our gel is on a higher price end. And there are then many other gels which are not licensed, which are not registered. They are also available in the market. People don't know how to differentiate between the really licensed product and the original product and the kind of duplicate products, which is maybe even 150, 200 rupees cartridge. And then these gels are also just cockroaches simply eat that, they survive, they don't die. So there is a need that we understand what is the right product of choice for this particular thing. This is another product I'm trying to cover. I especially put this particular product because this is also bait gel, but this is meant for ants. Till long time back, there was no solution, separate solution for ants in this industry, pest management industry. And this particular gel is a beautiful product. If you have ants as a problem, this particular product is a bait gel, and the ants, basically, I'll not cover into detail, but ant is a social insect. They live together, they protect each other, they feed each other. Cockroaches are not social insects. Cockroaches, they don't feed each other, they don't protect each other, they don't live in for each other. Ants are like that. What do ants do? They feed. There are worker caste which collect the food. They bring the food and feed the entire colony along with the queen, soldiers, workers. So the worker caste is on ground duty. There is another worker group which is in the housekeeping duty. And these ants have two stomachs, different types of stomachs. One is temporary stomach, one is permanent stomach. So they first store the food in the temporary stomach, they go to the colony, they distribute the food. They take out from the temporary stomach and then they distribute. So what does this gel do? There's a very small amount of insecticide in that. They collect the gel, they feed it to the entire colony. And then this insecticide starts its action. So after around 2 hours of application, you won't see any ants. It's the beauty of this product. This is the first and the most, the exclusive product available in the market today. There's no other product on ants which will work in that way in the market today in India. So this is all about innovation. Even this particular thing, there are different bait gels. Today we have got one innovative bait gel which will take care of the entire life cycle. Why I say that? Because there are some nymphs, cockroach nymphs, which do not actively search for food and consume the food. So what does it do? If we provide this gel, if we provide it at the doorstep, the nymphs will consume the food. Nymphs, this gel particularly is very attractive to the nymphs. In our studies, what we saw is in overall situation, wherever the cockroach is there, 12% of the total cockroach population in your premise is composed of males. 13% is composed of female cockroaches. And around 25% is of late instas, and 50% of the population is of nymphs. So if you control those nymphs, because this gel is particularly attractive to the nymphs, it doesn't mean that it is not attractive to the adults. So these nymphs, they consume it because it is very attractive, and they are going to be the future parents. So imagine if that future parents is destroyed, then your kitchen will be free of cockroaches for a longer time. So that is the concept of total life cycle control in this particular product. Then comes the another tool for managing cockroaches is that of sprayables. So sprayables is most of the times you have seen in this industry, it gives smell. So smelly sprayables, and people have developed that understanding that if it is smelling, only then it is effective. So it was the first time when we introduced odorless chemicals in this industry. And people were initially not ready to accept that innovation. They used to say, we will not buy your product because it doesn't smell. And if it doesn't smell, the customer is not happy. He says that you have not done any job, you have simply sprayed water. But when we demonstrated them that without smell, even the cockroaches can be managed very effectively. And then they started believing, and today is the era wherein people say, if it is smelling, we don't want. Now the psyche has changed differently. Now people demand for odorless chemicals, and there are some or many people even who don't know that there are odorless insecticides available for household pest management. So this is another challenge, that awareness is still lacking in us. There are so many innovations that are happening in these sprayable formulations. We have brought for the first time, see, most of the chemical insecticides are having one molecule as an active ingredient which will kill the insect. But we have brought a combination of two insecticides which will work hand in hand. I mean 1 + 1, we usually used to think 1 + 1 is 2. But this is 1 + 1 is 11, because we have so many, two different mode of actions which are working together to effectively kill the cockroach. So this was about cockroach control. I'll just take in short about fly management, not a lot of coverage, but we, I don't know, but many a times people speak, human beings first eat by their eyes, not by mouth. Human beings eat by their eyes. If the food is attractive to the eyes, then everything is good. Then you'll develop a appetite, you will consume the food happily. Of course, the food has to be delicious, but human beings first eat with eyes. So if the food, let's say this is an appetizer and there's a fly only sitting, it has not contaminated the food, people will not like that food, to eat food. They will feel that it is not safe. So this is important, that we have a pest-free environment in the food handling establishments. We all know how much flies, there are around 200 kinds of different microorganisms which can be transmitted by a house fly, from dysentery, salmonella, campylobacter, many other bacteria which can be spread. But this is something, whatever amount of pesticides you spray for the fly control, basically it's not sufficient. And there are so many, for survival, food and moisture is important, decaying organic matter, and favorable conditions are all important for the survival of insects. But houseflies is never a problem. You know what is the problem? It's the problem, it's basically the it's simply a symptom of a problem. And what are those symptoms? It is the poor sanitation practices. No matter what amount of insecticides you spray for the control of houseflies. See, housefly is one of the insect which is very sensitive and it develops resistance very fast. It breeds very fast. And if you don't have sanitation procedures in place, housefly will always be a problem. So spraying basically insecticide is not a solution. Reducing the amount of organic matter or breeding places is very important for housefly management. There are so many things. Source elimination is the most important thing. Light traps are put in most of the these things I have seen. They put the light traps opposite to the entry door, which is very wrong, because the objective of managing or controlling houseflies is not to invite the outside houseflies into the premises. The main objective is to manage or control those houseflies which have accidentally gained access to your food handling area. So the placement of this light trap is very important. Many places I have seen the light traps are full of dead insects and the tubes have become old. They are no more attracting the houseflies. So the maintenance of these machines is also equally important. There are so many things. It's not only about spraying insecticides, but there are so many things. You can see one of our innovative product has pheromones. Now this pheromones is basically chemical messengers produced by the insects itself. It's in the brain, and it attracts the houseflies. And you can see just putting in one corner of a hall, you can see how many flies are attracted in 10 minutes, 30 minutes, and 60 minutes, and after 90 minutes, this is the result. So innovation has to percolate deep down in the food industry. People should be aware of what is happening in the food industry. There are so many insecticides available, but they are quite old molecules, 20 years, 30 years. Naturally, the houseflies have developed resistance. So what is new? There has to be some innovation, and people have to value that innovation. It has to come from the pull, not the push. Pesticide industry is pushing the chemicals, but you should be able to understand what's the difference. We have a big portfolio of products, and most of these products, excepting 3-4 products, they are all first brought to the country by Enview, by Bayer previously, now Enview. But we hold a 9(3) registration of this product. 9(3) means we were the first to bring this molecule in the country. And 9(4) means when someone copies, me too, I am also able to manufacture this product. So 9(4). So we are most of these products are 9(3) registrations. So besides this, we also do value addition in our products. Like we have our products HACCP International certified. Now HACCP International is an organization which certifies the insecticide products for non-food products. Now food product safety system is ensured by HACCP. But what about the non-food products, like the utensils in which we cook the food, the hand gloves that we use for handling the food? So there are non-food products. Similarly, insecticides are used in the food handling establishments for managing the insect pests, but they should not contaminate the food. So to use them in a proper way is very important, and therefore we have got many 3-4 products from our portfolio which are HACCP International certified, which brings the credibility for this particular food industry. So not much speaking about Green Pro, but we have also some products which are useful for green certification. Which are Green Pro certified by food CII. And we still strive to bring innovative products in this industry through our 6% of our revenue, the profit, is invested in the R&D. So we continuously strive to bring new products So that's all we try to bring. We partner with Parikshan to bring this kind of innovations to you at your service. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I have a simple request. I have a very simple request to all the chefs here. Cotton boxes is the biggest threat of cockroaches. So if you can carefully avoid cotton boxes in the kitchen and soiled clothes in the kitchen, automatically the cockroaches will be reduced. I think with NU we are trying to work out a very, very sophisticated model of how to go about the 4 stages. The snag report is stage number 1, because I think the kitchens and the food business establishments in this country don't have a scientific, properly designed snag report matrix. The second is we are trying to draw specific pest control devices plans, PCD program plans we call it. So with the expert alliance of the pest management people. And third is we want to give a perfect, software based with devices, the chemicals and dilutions. And number 4, we want to give proper pest incidence, review methods and rodent incidence review methods. I would like all chefs and dignitaries here, when you go out after the session, please visit the NU stall and download the expert pest management people who are there in your town, because NU over the years has identified the expert pest management people who are good in food industry, and it will be of great use. Thank you, Ashish, for guiding all of us. I request Veena, our director, to hand over a memento. Ashish, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We will be going to a very, very interesting portion of today. Chef Gil, who is with us today on Ayurveda Ahara. Before we go into it, and as Gil prepares himself to come here, I would like a small AV to be played. And in the meantime, I request Chef Gil to get ready. The Ayurveda Ahara and Chef Gil's approach and lifetime work on the Indian food and the Ayurveda food. So please get yourself prepared by the time the AV will run, sir. Please come, sir. Thank you.
It is a great privilege to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Chef Manjit Singh Gill. With over 4 decades of culinary excellence, Chef Gill is a global ambassador for Indian cuisine. He is known for iconic restaurants like Bukhara and Dum Bhukht, and he has made significant contributions to the culinary world. Chef Gill's education background includes training at the Institute of Hotel Management, PUSA, and Cornell University. His list of accolades is extensive, including a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. As the founder-president of the Indian Federation of Culinary Associations, IFCA, he organized India's first national culinary art exhibition and competition in 1990 and India's participation in Bocuse d'Or, the Culinary World Cup. His efforts have undoubtedly paved the way for Indian chefs to shine on the global stage. In 2018, he spearheaded the first ever World Heritage Cuisine Summit and Food Festival, where over 40 countries and 120 international chefs celebrated their traditional cuisines. Chef Gill's dedication to promoting local and seasonal food in line with Ayurvedic principles reflects his commitment to sustainable practices. His numerous awards and accolades, including a Lifetime Achievement Award, reflect the profound impact he has had on the culinary world. Today, Chef Manjit Singh Gill is not just a chef, but a global culinary ambassador, a teacher, a leader in the hospitality industry, continuously inspiring and motivating those around him. Chef, over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind words. And I must say, since morning, as I'm hearing a lot of things about this celebration and Dr. Pashupati, and I must say that what I already said, there is much more Dr. Pashupati's contribution. And I totally believe each word what is said about him. And I salute you, sir. Thank you. You have a great contribution in the food safety and and giving the knowledge to the chefs, which is very, very important. Another subject topic on the food cost, I think is very, very well presented as a need of the industry. And we chefs will make sure that we can introduce this in the hotels much more and more deeply, that not only the chef, but as a complete management has to work on the food cost, not only to make more profits, but more for the minimize the wastage so that we can have much more food for the people who actually deserve or who are sleeping hungry nights. So thank you very much to make me part of this event and celebration. I like to, believe very strongly that there is no better science, gastronomic science. I might use the word gastronomic science more as Ayurvedic word because Ayurveda is a very large subject. So I am only concerned with the food part of the Ayurveda, and so I mostly say the Indian gastronomic science this in today's world. Because in today's, when we talk to the young people, when we say about the ancient and old and all that, they think we are talking about the old school, and it's not true in today's world. But I believe that our gastronomic science, which is the knowledge from Ayurveda, it was true before, it is true today, and it's going to be proved to be true in the future. And I think the world has to understand that and make the food much more safer, wellness, and for sustainability, which are very, very important. As even Dr. Madhu said that we pray food. And I believe, which I am saying last many, many times, when I understood about this, I'm also like a trained Western cuisine chef initially. But when I understood, when I started traveling, and when I said people that I don't know the Indian food, but I know Western food or the French food in our times, the question was always, where you learnt it? Have you ever lived in France? You know the language? You know the culture? No. So how you know the food? So that makes me a little bit, very interested into our own food. And incidentally, then I was lucky, I think I joined the ITC hotels, which were very much dedicated and committed to the Indian culture and Indian ethos. And there my development started and started taking the interest in our own food and started reading and started believing it. Yes, our food is the best as far as the knowledge is concerned. Automatically it becomes the tasty when you have the knowledge. And that makes me, very much into this, and I started reading, and I even come across a line in one of our manuscripts that the originality of the food is only possible when the origin of the chef and the cuisine is same. Otherwise, there's something is missing in that food. It's not possible. So then I totally committed to our own food. Now, many people think that I don't understand the Western food. I have no problem in that. I feel proud that I understand my food. So that's more important than to understand many of the food, with all respect to all other cuisines, but it's like that. So we believe that the food is the manifestation of the God. We pray God also through the food. And we can see God in food. So food is very, very important for us. And maybe we have not made big noise about our food in the world because we thought always and believe the food is a very auspicious substance. It's not a commodity. So commodities are merchandise. Commodities are sold. But the food is not a commodity for us. But now the time has come that we have to speak about goodness of our food to the whole world so that they can understand. So in our system, the food is a philosophy. It is not just cooking of few ingredients. And this philosophy is totally based on the wellness and on the sustainability since the civilization, this knowledge is written or documented with the great experimentation and will evolved on these two things, wellness and sustainability. And sustainability, it is said that any food, if it is not in the harmony with the nature, then it's not a food. It may be something else, but not food. Food has to be with the harmony of the nature. That's the sustainability. So the other thing is that because of this nature, we believe in the natural ingredients. And Indian cuisine places a strong emphasis using the natural and the local source ingredients. And Dr. Madhu also talked about the seasonal and the local food. This reflects the idea of being harmony with the nature. Seasonal vegetables, fruits, grains, everything has to be seasonal. Then only it is for the wellness. The role of spices is very, very important because every spice has its own characteristic, has its own therapeutic values, and a mix of the spices. We have all these things, but we all chefs need to understand the skill of mixing the spices for the right proportion and the right way to be used in the right season, because they differ in season to season and according to the climates. We must understand that, and then we use them, and not just to make the thing too complicated by adding as many spices as possible, whether they play any role or not in the dish. It's very, very important. Then our food, we all know that we work as a nation, on the plant-based food. But today people talking on the plant-based food, but we always we kept the vegetarian food, what I think the philosophy of vegetarian food is much stronger than the new fads which are coming in. And this word, that time only it is, worked out and with the thought of to bring the harmony in the environment of the meats, of the animals and the vegetation. And that's why the vegetarian food was promoted to keep that balance, that there is equilibrium in the nature and the environment. And we understand the plant-based food or vegetarian food much better than any part of the world. As much we know about now, a lot of, with the different terms now coming as a plant-based proteins and all that, but we know the best how to use the plant-based proteins. We know the best how to use the legumes, the pulses, the lentils, the way we have created the variety of each pulse as a whole, as a split with the husk, or without husk, and the split used as a flour. We use variety of flours also for the plant-based foods. So the legumes and all, so we must use them accordingly. Then the mindful eating is very important. The act of eating is often seen as a mindful and a spiritual experience. And Dr. Madhu has, explained it even much better that, how we have to, when we consume the food, that what all we should know about this. And the food, the deeper the connection with the food, allowing for better digestion and appreciation of the taste. It's very important that we must, when we eat the mindful eating, our brain is able to react with the food and guide the body, the system to digest the food much better, and so that the absorption of nutrients is much better into the system. You must be aware that the new terminology or the new science which is coming in, last almost a decade, a lot of research is happening on neurogastronomy. And I interacted with few researchers on this, and whatever they are doing in the whole world of the neurogastronomy, I think all the answers of their science are available in our system, in our science, in our gastronomic science. So the food is going, it is directly related with the brain. So if only it's possible when we, have a mindful cooking and mindful eating, both, so that our brain, our body can react much better to that. The food, of course, is no need of medicines if you have a right food, and that we all as the chefs, we have to understand these things so that we can, cook better and cook and feed our diners with the more responsible cooking than just mixing of ingredients and trying to create something which may not be very good for the nourishment of the people. And in mindful eating only, it's very important, which I come across in our manuscripts, is written that there are 4 essentials of cooking, which we all chefs must understand and put into our practice. And number 1 is that you must have a knowledge on characteristics of each ingredient you are putting into your dish. If you don't understand the characteristic of the ingredient, it is better not to use it unless you get that knowledge. Better to cook without that thing if you don't understand that. So it's very, very important you have a good knowledge on each ingredient. Number 2 is that you must involve yourself in cooking. You must have an emotional touch and feel with the food and the ingredients. And we all as chefs have experienced that. Sometimes in the kitchen when we touch the food, the boys are cooking and they touch the food and feel, we sometimes change the recipe. We sometimes change the cooking method. Okay, this condition of this particular food is not what you are cooking. Now change your method or the recipe so that the final product becomes much better. So you have to involve yourself. It is very important for a good cooking. The third is that your mind has to be there where cooking is happening. It's a very high level of concentration. It's a meditation when you cook. It's very, very important. And these things may look little difficult, but they are not. You can, if you understand them, you can practice them. So your mind has to be there. Your mind cannot travel anywhere if you are cooking. So I personally believe that this is a very high level of meditation. It's a better meditation maybe sitting in a room, dark room, and close your eyes and sitting idle. I think if you do cooking, you will feel the meditation effect much more. And number 4 is that you must have good thoughts in your mind. And that you will see that they reflect into the food. And that's how that food, you will see if you put these 4 essentials into the food, that food will nourish much better to your diners. They'll become your more repeat customers. Like before that, one speaker was saying that food, for people come to you for food again and again. So these 4 essentials are very, very important. They have nothing to do with the cost. They have nothing to do with which ingredients and what you put. It is your own, the mind, when you put into the food, it becomes like ambrosia or one of the best food you can produce. And then in our food, the community and sharing is very, very important. More you share the food, more, the emotional in touch you become. And I see these things similar. It doesn't matter you do, at home or you do professionally. As far as emotions of cooking and serving food or feeding people is the same. There is no difference. So you must bring these things into that. So you must now there is a gastrosemantic, are very well defined, in one of our manuscripts, that our food is very deeply rooted in 5 elements, 5 senses, 3 humors of Ayurveda, the Vata, Pitta and Kapha, 3 gunas, Sattvic, Rajasic, Tamasic, 6 savors, the 6 tastes, as Dr. Madhu has also explained, and 9 feelings. This is the, in one sentence, so beautifully put, our Indian food. And we must understand this each, the element of our gastrosemantic. It's a very large subject also, but one must understand these. When you cook food, your food become more responsible. Your cooking become much more responsible. The 5 elements, Panchabhuta, is very well explained before, so I need not to go into that. The earth, water, fire, air, and ether. This is what our body is composed of. We must understand that. That's why it is always said, nowadays is very, very common now, that we must eat local food and the seasonal food. But I see it little differently, that why it is to be eaten, what is the reason to eat local and seasonal? It is only because you are composed of these 5 elements and the food is composed of these 5 elements. So the food only will be compatible when it is of the same season, because the composition of elements will remain in the same area and that season is compatible to each other. So that's why it's very important to work on the seasonal food. As Dr. Pashupati said, that we all must promote seasonal food, and I think it's a great idea. I never thought of that we must have a separate section. We have the sections in our buffets, in the hotels and all that, but we can have one section that which says seasonal food. and that will definitely make people also understand much more and better and to promote the seasonal and local foods. The five senses, we all know, these are very, very important. And you know, in the food, the body type, the vata, pitta and kapha, we must understand them so that if we have to customize the food, we should be able to do it. But in general, in the hotels, we chefs must understand that we must cook the food which is three dosha, which balance all the three doshas. That's in general, we can cook the food so that at least if somebody, some diner is not suitable, but at least it will not aggravate the vata or pitta or kapha, or it will not, maybe mitigate also, but it will keep the balance of that so that one can, feel better after eating the food. And the effect on the three gunas which has the effect on the behavior and the personality of the people, it is sattvic, rasic and tamasic. We can keep the very well balance of these, all three for today's world, where people have to, work on, but has to be into the, ambitions also and all that. So one need to have a complete balance of these three, and we must understand that. The 6 states and the 9 feelings are very, very important. Because sometimes we understand the mood, understand the feeling of the person, then accordingly, that's why there are mood foods and many other things are coming in. But if we understand the feeling, then accordingly, we can produce the food and offer the food which suits to them with the best of their feelings. So it's, the feelings, we all know the no rasas, in our system, everybody, most of the people, I think they know. Now, for instance, certain foods are considered comforting while others may be associated with celebration or nostalgia. So we must work with the feelings, we must understand them. The emotion attached to food are integral to the Indian culinary experience. In our food culture, food is not just about substance. As I said before, it is a vehicle for expressing a wide range of emotions, from love and joy to compassion and even adventure. The act of cooking and sharing a meal is often imbued with a deep culture and emotional significance, making food an integral part of human connection and expression. That's the best way to show your emotions to human and even to our deities. Indian cuisine is more than just a way of quell hunger. It is deeply interwoven with comprehensive philosophy that takes into account various elements, senses, body type, gunas, taste, and emotions. The holistic approach is intended to provide a complete and harmonious dining experience, catering not only to physical well-being, but also to the sensory delights of savoring a meal. This profound connection between Indian food and these philosophical elements elevate it beyond mere substance and transforms into a profound cultural experience. In summary, the philosophy of Indian cuisine combines taste, tradition, and wellness, emphasize the significant impact of food, of what we consume on our overall health and well-being. It inspires us to live in harmony with natural world as it recognizes the interconnectedness of the environment and our nourishment. This profound philosophy continues to inspire individuals to explore the diverse and intricate world of Indian culinary traditions, providing not just substance but also a rich cultural and sensory experience. So that's what I just like to, in a short time, to contribute with you and to talk to you, that we must understand the culture, understand our system of food, and we chefs, we must try to promote this and then slowly discern this knowledge down the line and to round the world to make our gastronomy as a soft power of the nation, which is very, very important. Thank you.
I request Chef Gill to remain on stage. Tirumular said, Maruppadu udal noi, marundenalagum. Maruppadu ula noi, marundenachalum. Maruppadu nidoi, varadirikka, maruppadu savai, marundenalame. Which means the food that we eat should not invite disease. It should not affect body or mind. By preventing diseases and death, it deserves to be called as medicine. I think the Siddha of Siddhas, Tirumular in his Tirumandiram, has placed food in a very high pedestal. Our Chandogya Upanishad very rightly says that whatever we eat is divided into three parts. The coarse part becomes your fecal matter. The less coarse becomes your flesh and body. And what is very fine in your food becomes your mind. So our Upanishads, our Siddhas, and our Ayurveda exponents have understood food in a much broader light than starch, carbohydrate, protein, minerals, and vitamins. They have contextualized food to the world because there are 6 P's in food: people, planet, production, prosperity, personal behavior, and public health. And in a world of war and conflicts, I think India has rightly taken 2 great steps. Of course, with Chef Gill's great cooperation with FSSAI. We have now got a great brand in India called Ayurveda Ahara. I think nowhere in the universe a government has branded a particular food from its ancient literature. We have that wisdom, we have the luxury of that knowledge from our Ayurveda books. Government of India has quoted 71 great works of our ancestors, and the recipes from that are called Ayurveda Ahara. And the Government of India is also moving towards giving another brand called Sattvic Food, in which Mr. Gill is also contributing with the Indian chef model. So, our Upanishads and our Siddha literature and our great seers have set us on the path of supreme food safety, not just defined, confined to the regulations, but more to do with individual self-discipline and understanding our planet and earth. Thank you, sir, for being with us, and thank you so much. Your presence means so much to all of us. Thank you so much, sir. I now request our senior most, Mr. Srinivasan. It's always better that the 90-year-old youngster awards another youngster on stage. There's a small AV before the millet man comes on stage. I would also like to tell you that this year theme for the world is water and millet. And how do we make every ml of water on the agricultural soil get us the best yield? We have one of the best inventions, the seed sowing machine, just placed in your dining counter, which is a revolution in itself. You use around 2 kilos or more seeds for seeding 1 acre of land. Through this device, you will have to use only 170 or 180 grams of seed. So imagine the transition. In a field of sesame, for example, if in an acre, if suppose you get 300 kilos or 350 kilos of output, by deploying this technique, you will get about 1,000 kilos. So 2 times yield, less seeds, and more water conservation through a wonderful equipment which is there. And also a very great innovation for our chefs. The reverse kettle is there from another group of youngsters. This reverse kettle, normally you use a kettle only to heat the water. This reverse kettle simultaneously can also chill the water. So you can use the same kettle for chilling and eating. So our room service boys don't have to run to every room to just supply cold water and ice cubes. I know the white coats and the black coats in this hall know this importance of how many times our room service guys run. Tilok is full of happiness when he listens to this. Now, the AV on training, please, before Millet Man comes on stage. Thank you.
Vanakkam, my name is Ilango Rajendran. I am the Senior General Manager of Grand Chennai by GRT. Whenever there is a food safety training is concerned, we always turn to Parikshan. Parikshan has got a wide range of technologists, people who understand the food safety law, and then they continuously train us. In fact, we were one of the pioneer hotels to undergo the fast track training the moment that FSSAI law was implemented in the country. So that now currently we have about almost, we can say about 50 of our team members are trained in the fast track, both the basic as well as the advanced training. Not only that, even when we are talking about the ISO 22000 standard also, they continuously train us so that the team is well geared up to take care of the food safety standards. In turn, it helps us to give a safe food to our guests because food safety is the norm and it is going to be the norm forever, and then we need to follow all the standards laid down by the FSSAI law. Thank you, Parikshan team, for continuously imparting the training to our team members. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a sales and marketing architect, managing director of the Millet Foundation, and CEO of Biznet Solution. His achievements speak volumes with 2 MBA degrees in sales and marketing and operations management and the prestigious South India's Top Retail Person Award in 2018. Mr. Sundar is not just a business leader, he is a beacon of empowerment, aiming to turn Tamil Nadu into the #1 entrepreneurship state and creating many micro women entrepreneurs, globally targeting 10,000 food entrepreneurs and to generate a business volume of 100 billion from Tamil Nadu. I now request Mr. Sundar to please address the gathering.
Hello? Yeah, I'm on. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon. Thank you. We are celebrating Millet Year, International Year of Millet, and I'm very happy to part of the, sharing my experience in this forum. Before I get into my presentation, I must acknowledge that the kind of hard work has been put in by Dr. Pasupati and team. Congratulations for the 25 years, experience and great achievement. I must acknowledge one more point is that I am also closely working with a brand called Idayam, and the man behind the Idayam success today, none other than Dr. Pasupati. Because of this brand coming from the C-class city in Tamil Nadu and is able to, produce close to 1,000 crores mark by 2025. Thank you very much for all your contributions, sir. I think credit goes to you. So, thank you very much for the great opportunity. I just quickly take you through a couple of points about millet, what we do, what we're going to change the world through millet. Also, some insights about the food industry too. So, Millet Foundation is a Section 8 company. We are here to, we have a statement saying that, reviving the traditional foods from Tamil Nadu. So that's one message. I just get into my presentation. Couple of slides I want to just talk about the food industry. I thought just food for the knowledge. First, after Corona, there is a big round of experience is done, R&D is done. Which are the industries going to flourish after Corona? The first and foremost, which comes with the result is that agri and agri produce, and comes to next to the food industry. In the slide, what we are learning is that மனித குலம் இருக்க வரைக்கும் ஒரு மாறாத இண்டஸ்ட்ரி ஒரு அழியாத இண்டஸ்ட்ரி அப்படினா is the food industry. That's a message which you have. Though so many uncertainties going to come, food industry one industry which is going to be remain in the upward direction. That's a message which you're going to learn from this slide. Yeah, the next slide's going to talk about having said that, there's a data just shared by ITC 2 days back in Economic Times. That's confirming that the message which you are talking about. Agribusiness, they're growing month by month. I think from March 18 to March 30 to 23, they've grown into so much of growth. 69,481 crores they have done. Number 2, FMCG category, which is food we are talking about, that also growing sizably. So my dear friends, when you are in the food industry, that's a fantastic industry, grow to the global level. Number 1. Number 2, the many universal data or many international forum they talked about 2030 is going to be a year where India is going to be the hub for supplying food product to the across the global. One side Dr. Pasupati is mentioning there's a shortage is going to come in, but other side the entire world is expecting the India to be come and support the food product across the global. That's a number, good news for that. Right. Going forward, the third one, here is the food processing industry, what the global scope. My dear friends, Tamil Nadu stand number 2 in terms of the country, where Maharashtra stand number 1. At the same time, here you have a data to tell you, the developed countries like Germany, they've gone for the raw food is only 80%. They've gone for a food processing in a much better way. Semi-processed about 72% and fully processed about 60%. Whereas India, still we are into raw material, we are into 50%. This is where the challenge. Unless until we go for the value addition for the food process, I think that's going to be a big challenge, or this is going to be big business opportunity available across the global level. Yes. Next, we are going to talk about the, millet year. My dear friends, why millet years has come into place? Everyone have the, envy about the foreign countries, foreign products, foreign, places. But then 72 countries fell in love with the only one product called millet. 72 countries said the only one statement saying that millet is the food, good food for the human consumption. Thus, United Nations announced 2023 is a, International Year of Millet. Having said that, we have some more data to talk about this International Millet Year. Right. These are the 5, reasons they've announced the International Year of Millet. One is the millet is considered as a future food where the food shortage is going to come. And this is the one product which is going to, substantially the shortage is going to come in the future. Malnutrition challenge, I think doctors spoke about, previous speakers spoke about, lot on that. And third one is still, all well, eradication of the whole hunger. Millet is going to be substantial for that. And, food is a medicine, medicine is a food, wherein, diabetic is the world. To kill the diabetic, the food habit has to get changed. These are the 5 parameters in this, International Year of Millet is announced. I wanted to throw a question in this forum. Right, everybody talk about the good about the food, healthy about the food, future food, everything. Okay, I want to ask you a question. From morning to evening, we take a food, whether non-vegetarian, vegetarian. Do you all know the, how much toxin we take in a day, in a day? Do you have any idea what is the kind of poison which you take in a day? Any answer from this crowd? Are you taking the poison in a day or not? Are we taking? Yes or no? Yes. The question to you all, how much poison we take in a day? It is scary. I'm going to share one data, the next slide, which is slightly scary. Right? We want to know the data. Right? This is not a data which is published by me. This is a data published by the Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. The data says, my dear friends, in developed countries like America, they take 7.6 grams in a day from morning to evening, right? Wherein Britain takes 12 milligram, Canada takes 13.5, Australia 20. When you come to India, when you are a vegetarian, my dear friend, you are vegetarian, you tend to take about 356 you are vegetarian, you tend to take 362 milligram daily. When you are a non-vegetarian, you tend to take about close to 356. This is the data published by the Agricultural University, Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. When you come down to Tamil Nadu, my dear friends, I have a very sad news to you. We are crossing 400 plus. This is a computer, this is a system. When you tend to take 400 milligram daily, we cannot expect this system to work the way which you want to have. You are with me? Are you with me? I have one more incident to share with you. When the Cancer Institute, I have been invited to, as a participant, the first data that the senior doctor put in the slide, she said, இந்த தலைமுறை தான் அடுத்த தலைமுறையுடைய மரணத்தை தன்மடியில் பார்க்கக்கூடிய துர்பாக்கியம் இருக்குன்னு சொன்னாங்க அந்த டாக்டர். ஒரே ஆச்சரியமா இருந்தது எனக்கு. நான் டாக்டர் சிவராமன் எல்லாரும் ஸ்டேஜில் பார்ட்டிசிபெண்ட் ஆக்கும் எனக்கு புரியலன்னு சொன்னேன். இந்த தலைமுறை தான் அடுத்த தலைமுறையுடைய மரணத்தை தன்மடியில் பார்க்கக்கூடிய துர்பாக்கியம் இருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அப்படின்னு என்ன அர்த்தம்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, அடுத்த ஜென்ரேஷன் ரொம்ப மோசமான கண்டிஷன் போயிட்டு இருக்கோம்னு அர்த்தம். ஹெல்த்தியா இல்ல, ஜென்ரேஷன் கோயிங் வெரி பேட் அப்படின்ற விஷயம் தான். அதுக்கு 2-3 எக்ஸாம்பிள் சொல்லலாம். ஒன்னு, அந்த காலத்துல நாம் இருவர் நமக்கு இருவர்னு சொன்னோம். இன்னைக்கு பாருங்க, சென்னையில் மட்டுமே எத்தனை ஃபெர்டிலிட்டி சென்டர் வந்திருக்குன்னு பாருங்க. Is only one change we have made. We have lost our track in terms of the food as a medicine, medicine as a food. வேற ஒருமே கிடையாது. Now 72 countries முடிச்சிட்டாங்க. மில்லட்டுக்கு மாறணும் அப்படின்ற விஷயத்துக்கு வந்துட்டாங்க. And millet is from our own place. இது தமிழ்நாடுல வந்ததுங்க. எப்படி ஜல்லிக்கட்டு எல்லாம் வரும்போது நமக்கு ஒரு ஃபீலிங் இருந்ததுல, பக்கத்து வீட்டுக்காரங்க போயிட்டாங்க, ஏத்து வீட்டுக்காரங்க போயிட்டாங்க, நம்ம போலேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு எல்லாருக்கும் ஃபீலிங் இருந்ததுல. ஏன்னா இது தமிழராது ஒரு அடையாளம். இந்த அடையாளத்தை விட்டு கொடுக்க முடியாது. ஆனால் அதே ஃபீலிங் தான் மில்லட்டுக்கும். இந்த மில்லட்டை சாப்பிட்டு தான் என்னுடைய பாட்டன் பூட்டன் 100 வருஷங்கள் ஒரு நிறைவான வாழ்க்கையை விட்டு சென்றார்கள். கரெக்டுங்களா? வி லாஸ்ட். உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் தெரியும், 1960களில் ஃபுட் ஷார்ட்டேஜ் அப்படின்னு வரும்போது அந்த ஒயிட் ரைஸ் அப்படின்ற விஷயத்தை இன்வால்வ் பண்ணாங்க. அந்த ஒயிட் ரைஸ் எப்போ வந்ததோ அதுலேருந்து நம்மளுடைய பாரம்பரிய அரிசி வகைகளும் பாரம்பரிய நம்மளுடைய சிறுதானியம் மறந்துட்டோம். After 45 years, now every country wanted to have, they fell in love with only the சிறுதானியம். My dear friends, one more incident I want to tell you. நிறைய பெண்கள் இருக்கீங்க. இந்த பெண்கள் இருக்கக்கூடிய 97% பீப்புளுக்கு பெண்கள் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரே பிரச்சனை என்னன்னா பிசிஓடி ப்ராப்ளம். யூ ஆர் வித் மீ? என்னுடைய பாட்டி என்ன பண்ணாங்க, என்னுடைய முற்காலத்தில் என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா கருப்பு கவுனி அரிசி சாப்பிட்டாங்க, குதிரவாளி எடுத்துக்கிட்டாங்க. குதிரவாளி இஸ் த பெஸ்ட் மெடிசின் ஃபார் தி பிசிஓடி. ஓகே, we have lost it. I have lot of tests. I am a doctor, but then I wanted to tell you, குதிரவாளி ஒரு 40 நாள் எடுங்க, உங்க பிசிஓடி ப்ராப்ளம் சால்வ் ஆகலைன்னா you can ask me, because of I've given this statement to so many forums and people got benefit out of it. So உணவே மருந்து, மருந்தே உணவு, that's for the change. Okay, now எதுக்கு இதுல இருந்து இங்க மாறணும்? Now we understood so much of poison we take. When you take a change from here to millet, millet is the only one produce, அதுக்கு விஷமே போட வேண்டாம், வறட்சி தாங்கி வளரக்கூடிய விஷயம், highly nutrition value. டயபெட்டிக் இருக்கவங்களுக்கு இந்த சாப்பிட்டாலும் மாத்தலே போதும், டயபெட்டிக் மருந்து அப்படின்றது தேவையில்லை. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு அற்புதமான ஒரு விஷயத்தை நம்ம கையில் வச்சிருக்கோம். we are not using it. My dear friends, the time to change now. Otherwise, the kind of generation which is changing, which is going to be very tough. Right? Right. Having said that, I'm sorry. Right. இன்னொரு பெரிய அதிசயம் இருக்கு தமிழ்நாடு. எத்தனை பேருக்கு தெரியும் தெரியல. நம்ம ஊர்ல மட்டும் தாங்க, தமிழ்நாடு தாங்க உலகத்திலே 7 சிறுதானியம் விளையக்கூடிய இடம். எத்தனை பேர் தெரியும்? நிறைய பேர் தெரியாது நண்பர்களே, அதான் பிரச்சனை. சரிங்களா? தமிழ்நாடு எது பேசலாம் சரி. டாக்டர் சொன்னாரு, இந்தியா இஸ் க்ரோயிங். தமிழ்நாடு இஸ் க்ரோயிங். தமிழ்நாடு we have the பொக்கிஷம் அப்படின்னு சொல்றோம்ல, உலகத்திலே இல்லாத ஒரு பொக்கிஷம் இங்க தான். இங்க சொல்லக்கூடிய திணை, வரகு, சாமை, குதிரவாளி, ராகி, கம்பு, சோளம், இது எல்லாம் விளையக்கூடிய உலகத்திலே இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரே ஒரு புண்ணிய பூமி தமிழ்நாடு. நம்மள கொஞ்சம் அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்ணிக்கலாம் நம்ம. Very good, the fantastic news, right? I am going to go inside. Unfortunately, India is growing about 20%. நம்ம லீடிங்ல இருக்கோம். 20% ப்ரொடக்ஷன் நம்ம வச்சிருக்கோம். எக்ஸ்போர்ட் ஆகுது ஒரே % தான். I'm sorry. Oh, I need to take English. I'm sorry, brother. So, we are the leaders. India is the leaders. Okay, growing the millet in the country. Okay, 20% to increase to 24%. But unfortunately, the export happens only 1%. Here I see a big opportunity, right? Somebody wants to start the millet business, or somebody wants to start the food business. Please get into millet. Today I see, I'm also a big exporter in millet. There is a big amount of 72 countries looking for a product. We have a product. The biggest challenge here is that the connecting dots. The connecting dots is the biggest challenge, right? Here we have a product. Parikshan team is there. They can help you to do all the R&D to give a fantastic product. Testing they can do. Finishing the product they can do. Designing they can do. What not? But today the connecting point is a problem. Somebody wants to be interested to start the millet business, food business. Please get into millet. Please go to Parikshan team. They are the experts. They can help you to grow your business within no time. That's kind of biggest demand is there with us now. Right. I am on top of it. Right. What is required? What are the challenge? What are the product which is required by the other side of the country? Ready to cook product, ready to eat product. Right. Our company, Millet Foundation, we have put in lot of efforts to bring couple of products which is ready to eat product, ready to cook product, which is, you have to just add water, your product is ready. This kind of product which is made available. Our objective is that we want to enter into every house. One day, one meal is a millet meal. That's a concept we are trying to attack. I think, my dear friends, this is a time to change. Time to change your kitchen first, then time to change your friend's kitchen first, right? There is a myth about the millet. What the myth is about millet, if you consume millet, my stomach will get upset, I will have a loose motion, my system will not allow. It is not that, my friend. When I have introduced so much of international schools, small kids have started eating. Yes, I agree with you. One day, one time, you will have the problem. Okay, you will have a loose motion because of suddenly the foreign bodies goes inside. It will have time to digest. That's all. It is not, suppose you eat a rice, the digestion time will be very little. But then if you take a millet as a product, the time it takes for the digestion will be little longer. That's where the discomfortness. Otherwise, millet is one of the best and healthier food. Now, getting to other things We are also successfully completed the R&D with 3 products. Everybody have a myth saying that pizza and pizza base. My dear friends, today the young generation, if you go and tell, don't take pizza, they will not listen to you. If you go and tell, don't take your brownie, they will not listen to you. Now, our company has put a lot of efforts to done R&D. We are successful to make 2 products, which is pizza base, which is 100% made of millet. Right? The brownie, which is 100% made of millet. And we also successfully done with the, wine, which is non-alcohol wine. We are successful. We are unable to supply, my friends. Please understand. We got an order for the wine, which is made out of the sorghum. We are unable to supply. We asked for 8 months for the supply to complete it. So what I'm trying to help you here is that millet, other countries, they're looking for the innovative product like this, brownie or pizza base or the, drinks like this. Are you ready? This is where, we can help you to develop all the entrepreneurs. Okay. As a company, we also, I'm very happy to announce this year, this is our 147th program which we are doing for the millet. We have done so much of program for that, right? And we have developed so many people. And எங்களுக்கு ஒரே ஒரு கோவம் தான், தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய ப்ராடக்ட்டை தமிழ்நாட்டில இருந்து நம்ம ப்ரொமோட் பண்ணலன்னா இத்தனை கண்ட்ரிகள் சேர்ந்து எனக்கு வேணும்னு இப்படி கேட்கும்போது நம்ம அமைதியா இருந்தோம்னா அது ஒரு வேடிக்கை பார்க்கக்கூடிய ஒரு தமிழனா இருக்கணுமா அல்லது இந்த வாய்ப்பை பயன்படுத்தி how we can play a big role. This is where we have taken a very, very, I mean, personally, we are driving this. I just want to take you through 2 things. What are things we have done? What we are going to change the world by December. December, we are planning to embark our Tamil Nadu, map into the global level. We have a program which we can also share it with you. So, as I told you, next is packaging design, my dear friends. நிறைய பேருக்கு வந்து இந்த பிசினஸ் வரது மூல பேக்கேஜ் எங்க போறது, டிசைன் எங்க போறது, எப்படி இன்கிரீடியன்ஸ் பார்க்கறது, யார் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி கொடுப்பான். My dear friends, I am not come here to promote Parikshan app, but I must tell you that Parikshan is the one place where you can get all your dreams come true. That's the only message I want to give it again and again for the call. This is what we have done. We have done, as I told you, 142 programs we have done. It's called Mass Millet Program. Wherever we do, I think we in the district, we have conducted the program for 30 districts. Every district we call the collector and police officer. We attract. Our target audience is the girls, and particularly from 18 to 25 years, that age group, wherein they don't know what is all about millet. That's a fact, right? We are trying to teach them what is millet and what is the benefit of the millet, how this can be converted into your meal plan. This is exactly which we have told them. In fact, we talk about the old food plan. நம்மளுடைய தாத்தா பூட்டன் காலத்தில் அவங்களுடைய ஃபுட் ஹேபிட்ஸில் அவங்க 100% 35% வந்து சிறுதானியங்கள் மில்லட் எடுத்துட்டாங்க, 37% வந்து ட்ரெடிஷனல் ரைஸ், பேலன்ஸாக வந்து தே டுக் வந்து அதர் ப்ராடக்ட். They have not even taken the white rice at all, but then we changed completely our pattern, right? This is what we have done for thing. We also done a mass program. We do about 3,000 people, 4,000 people call for the program. This is done in Sivagasi, one of the SFR colleges, Sivagasi, where we have done the mass program. This is where we are trying to create the awareness about the millet, right? Then we also very, early days, the January 7th and 8th, we have conducted one world record, displayed 555 value-added product in millet, created a big awareness to the world. Okay, everybody talked about millet year is coming here. What is going to happen? What we have done, by 7th and 8th, we have placed the 555 millet product, value-added product, ready to cook, ready to eat, where we have displayed. Through that, we have created so many, close to about 80 plus entrepreneurs through this program. This is what we have conducted, and we also conducted so many other programs. This is what the world record, and it was inaugurated by the food minister, Mr. Chakrapani, and it has given an impact to the people, saying that, yeah, millet can be done in big way, okay? And we do programs like this. We do programs for our cookies. We have trained people. We believe unless until we go to the grassroots level in every district in rural, if you don't develop entrepreneur, I don't think we'll be successful. Okay, and India is still about 70% the rural. Unless until we create the impact or the food habits in rural, we cannot be successful. We have conducted about 32 districts. We have conducted the training program, successfully created small entrepreneur. We also trying to give the, how to cook tair sadam, how to cook sambar sadam, how to cook, biryani from millet. These all the practice we given. They started supplying to the nearby areas. Today, the biggest challenge for the women, for the, getting to millet, you need to choke for at least 8 to 10 hours. Then only it will come in the rhythm. People don't have a time to do that. But with that, we also give the training how we can interact with these people. My request to all the chefs here, you are the expert. Please, teach people whomever you have. We are ready to come along with you to, give the expertise. We have about 100 people are working in the market, 100 people size. We are going ahead and teaching so many people so that we can create the healthy, generation too. Right. I want to talk about this 2 minutes. Now, millet is going to get over by 31st of this year, right? After that, I'm sure no government is going to come and talk about millet. Unless until we make a big noise about millet to the world, nothing is going to change, right? This we are doing for our future generation, not for us, right? Future generation has to be healthy. Now the time to take a big leap, right? What we are going to do, my friends, we have 5 objectives to do that. Today, the biggest challenge in the awareness about the entire world is still in the lower side. We want to create the mass millet consumer awareness, number 1. Number 2, we need to maintain or sustain the people who are in the millet industry. This is number 2. Number 3, the people who are in the millet industry, they have not got the recognition, right? And we also make them to, we have a product, we have an excellent product is available, right? And in villages, I see a lot of people who have a fantastic product. They are looking for some platform to perform to get into the global level. We want to create the platform. And of course, we want to celebrate the International Year of Millet. So thereby, we wanted to get into, Yes, we are launching the International International Millet Expo and Conclave, which is going to be online. The program is going to start by 1st of December, the evening 5:55. It goes for about 279 non-stop hours. Okay, we are going to have 555 slots going to get allocated. There are close to about 35 countries going to come and participate in this program, right? Here, the objective of the entire program, we wanted to expose the millet entrepreneurs' product and services across the global. That exactly, the challenge is all about, or the objective is all about. Who all can participate? All the chefs who are sitting here. You can come and share the experience. How one can make the good food through millet. That's number 1. The people who are in the millet industry, who have a product, they can come and showcase, they can talk about, the product. Or people in the milling industry, they can come and show these are product available. As the doctor was saying, today is the latest milling machines available, which can be, somebody can talk about it. Or food influencer, people like Dr. Pasupati, scientists who can come and talk about it. Or their team members, how they can help for the building the brand and, the products for that. So there are 10 category, and last category we wanted to have the FBOs and farmer producer company and farmer producer organization. Our objective, we want to make all the, millet farmers to become a direct exporter. That is the one call we want to have. Here I want to request the FSSA also can come forward and support for this noble cause, which also can change the transformation from, this Tamil Nadu to the entire world. I think the registration we have won about 1 year, one week back, we got about 550 slots available, 150 slots got filled. So my dear friends, please spread this message. This we do for the cost, not for a cost. We wanted to have this Tamil Nadu taking the initiative to take this entire project to the entire world level. We have 3 countries have come forward, wanted to support this activity. US is confirmed and Philippines is confirmed. Thailand is confirmed, saying that, sir, we come forward and we give the speakers from there to come and support. My dear friends, this is the time. What do you want to give back to the society? What do you want to give back to the future generation? What do you want to, stay back our mother country? Is only the millet. Thank you very much for a great opportunity. Look forward to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sundar, so much. Please, I request Veena to give the memento to Sundar, sir.
So as I told you, my friend, thanks for patient listening. This is the invitation which I would like to launch it here. This forum I thought is the apt place. Request the senior person Gil to come forward to receive this along with Dr. Pasupati. So I think, friends, looking for your support to change the world through Tamil Nadu.
Internationally will definitely promote this, and particularly this your conclave also. I being the member of the founder member of the Chefs Manifesto for SDG 2 UN, and I'll write to them, and we'll see as many countries can be part of this conclave. We'll make sure we'll do it.
Thank you very much, Gilji. Requesting Dr. Pasupati, all the brands which are associated here and wish to promote this millet for a big event. So requesting Pasupati sir to kindly support on the promoting this area. Thank you.
Thank you. I request Veena to introduce the next speaker. What we are extremely weak in, and particularly in Natarajan told I'm weak in, the food finance. Yeah. Fintech.
Thank you, sir. Our next and the last speaker for the day is Mr. Gopinath, founder of Yosene. So he's often called as Gopes. He is a dreamer, and he founded Yosene out of his passion for helping MSMEs. He has spent 20 years in large MNC organizations like American Express, Wipro, and most recently for Citi for about 14 years, donning the hat of country-level responsibilities. He has soaked himself amidst MSME business, helping them across a diverse set of issues around finance, banking, and wealth. Driven by an unwavering optimism, he goes above and beyond to ensure his clients receive nothing short of the best in every aspect. Requesting Gopinath sir to please address the gathering.
Thank you. I know we are kind of running out of time, so I'm going to keep myself to a 5 to 6 minute conversation. And I'm hitting straight the nail on the head as to what we have specifically done for the hotel industry, one particular sample, and I've taken the permission from the client to use his name. So we've done work for a company, for a hotel called the Conrad in Bangalore. And over the last 1 year, we have exhibited a value, a savings to the tune of about 3% of their top line, which added close to about 22% to their bottom line. So that's precisely what I'm going to talk about. Next slide. We are essentially a treasury management firm which uses open architecture tools to optimally manage treasury. Most companies and hotels in this case understand finance and accounts. There is financial controls, which is actually slightly different from finance. And the third one is treasury. Treasury is a unique piece, and that's a missing gap that we are trying to fill in the hotel industry, including other MSMEs and small and medium enterprise companies. Now, there are 3 areas specifically that we can value add. One is on the transaction side. Now, on the transaction side, there are 2 elements. One is in the hotel industry, we came across, like the specific example, we saw that 70% of their consumables were imported, right? There is an FX element here, foreign exchange element here, where you pay FX in order to import goods, whether it could be capital goods or consumables. Plus, you are having tour operators bringing in foreign exchange in the form of dollars or euros, etc. Now, the first element is, on the FX side, the banks do not have transparency, right? There's a hidden charge, which can be as high as 1 to 2%, which leaks from your top line. we use an open architecture with banks to ensure that gets sealed off. The second part is on your collection management. See, when I say treasury, what does it mean? The money which is flowing into the hotel, the money which is flowing out of the hotel in the form of payments to vendors, salaries, etc. And if there is a surplus, managing the surplus, or if there is a deficit, managing the borrowings from banks or whatever. That's exactly what treasury means, right? So FX I've covered. Now coming into the second part, which is foreign exchange based hedging. You basically, the dollar keeps appreciating over a period of time against the rupee. So is there means to hedge the particular currency? The third element is hedging commodities, whether you take oil prices or this is the FX part where transparency gets built. And if you take hedging part on the commodity side, there's a fair bit of oil and imported items which are related to commodities. Now, can you effectively manage costs in a hotel by managing commodity hedging either at an India level or at an international level? Even if the quantum is small, yes, it is possible. The third level of benefit, now this can directly apply to you or it can apply to your vendors, which is an open architecture based system. This is promoted by Reserve Bank of India called TREDS, Trade Receivables and Bill Discounting System, whereby your vendors can receive payment on day one of your approval and not wait for you to make payment after 30 days, 45 days, 60 days, etc. It's an effective system whereby your vendors, can give you a discount, one, because you're getting money up front. Number two, there are means of ensuring that you also benefit by it. There is a platform called C2FO, which we work very closely with. It's so far been very famous in the US and Europe in the hotel industry. It's slowly coming into the Indian industry. We are trying to bring them a forth into the Indian industry, whereby C2FO actually provides value to both the hotel as well as the vendors. So that's the third level that of value that we can bring to the hotels. Of course, this is not really savings, but this is more a very critical requirement in the treasury management ecosystem in India for employees, right? If you take the hotel staff, I'm not sure how many of them have availed what is called a pension system. It is a very important thing to take care of financial independence after people retire. Otherwise, something like what happened in Japan, what is happening right now in China will hit India in the next 20 years. So this is something, again, the best kept secret I've said. It's a Government of India, Pension Fund Regulatory Development Authority of India promoted scheme for employees where there are massive tax benefits, plus the returns are quite attractive because there are no commissions and hidden costs involved here. So nobody promotes it because there's no commission. But having said which, it's the best investment tool to be used as a pension to provide financial independence for all layers, whether it's blue or white collared employees of the industry. I think I've taken about 6 minutes. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's indeed a pleasure. It'll be great to work with some of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I request Gopinath to be on stage. Thank you. Normally, Yosanai comes last. We first act.
Yeah, it is from the Tamil word, Yosanai.
I request, I myself.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I think we've reached the fair end of the event. So when we thought of Milleric, we were wondering how can we make it interesting and how can we probably keep this as something which could be continuating. So while thinking of that, we decided to open out a contest focusing on college students where they could probably present papers on millets. And when we thought about that, we thought about how about, getting into researching of standardization of, millets for maybe hotel industry or in any way, how do you standardize usage of millets? We had circulated this to through several colleges and we received quite a lot of responses from both faculty as well as students. We decided on 2 winners and it gives all of us from the Parikshan family a great happiness and honor to bring them on stage. First of them is Mr. Muthu Chippi of Dr. MGR Research Institute. I'm sorry. So Faculty of Hotel Management. So she has won on her noteworthy research on green investment for culinary excellence, where she has focused on incorporating millet dishes in the hotel setting. We are awarding her cash amount of rupees 10,000 as a prize.
Parikshan doesn't give cash, it exhibits cash. They tell me that they are going to exhibit the check. I thought she's going to receive it.
Our next winner is a teamwork of Ms. Shazia, Mr. Arun, both again of Dr. MGR Research Institute. So their paper was it aimed to provide practical insights and recommendations to help chefs overcome challenges and successfully integrate standardized millet recipe into their culinary practices. So congratulations to both of you. Thank you, sir. I once again congratulate the winners. Keep this going, just don't stop it. Thank you. I now request our Managing Director, Ms. Gayatri, to give her vote of thanks.
I'm very happy to receive all of you. I thank Mr. Lalvena, Commissioner of Food Safety, Tamil Nadu, and Chef Damu for gracing the occasion. Thanks, Mr. Srinivasan of Tamil Nadu Hotel Association. Thanks to Chef Gil, who made the program wonderful, and always he looks very charming. Mr. Natarajan for being an important person in our journey. All speakers for making the day a great day to learn. Because we always talk about food safety, but there are so many things well presented along with the food safety, like pest control, which is a major challenge in hotel industry, and in terms of finance, everything was very interesting. Thank you so much From food costing to food having medical values, to green nano revolution, to understanding the food and Ayurveda, to understand millets. From Sundar sir, it was very, very nice. Of lastly about food finance. So started with food safety and ended with food finance. I thank the chef family for being part of our family and supporting youth in every way. I thank Dr. Pashupati for creating this opportunity. I thank GRT Grand, their venue and hospitality. Our special thanks to food safety officers, designated officers, and designated officer and food safety officers from Ladakh, because all the way they have traveled and attended this function. And always my special thanks to our family, relatives who have been a part of this program. And always my entire thanks to my entire team, that is my Parikshan family. Thank you so much for being part of us and to take all my tasks from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The lunch has been opened. Thank you so much for all your patience. I hope this has been a great learning day. A quick reminder on 2-3 things. One is, please, all chefs, I request you to sign the pledge board without fail. There are a lot of scan codes there. Please make use of it. The speaker presentations are available. You can make use of it. The lunch is open. Thank you so much. In case you require any space, you may please feel free to use the hall. Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, a reminder to please sign the pledge board. Thank you. We have a special tapioca papad. I request all of you to please try it. We are sure that it will be special. 100% special. As all of you know, we have a photo point outside. The photos will be printed and ready. Please do take a copy. All those who have not taken pictures, please do use the place to take pictures. And it would be very nice and very valuable for us if you could give